And we're back, I think. Finally got IQ
Let's
freaking
see.
working.
Let's see. Oh,
Darn it. Okay. Now let's get back to the game.
is it just me still? I cannot. I don't know.
What's just you?
Can't hear it.
Can't
Can't
hear.
hear it.
You can't hear me at all talking?
Not on the stream, no.
Really? I see it
Yeah,
reacting and everything.
I might need mutual. Hold on.
Um.
I might need mutual. Hold on. I might need mutual. Hold
Yeah, I hear myself
on.
on
Okay.
stream.
Okay. I hold on. I hold on.
I mean,
Yeah.
am I kind of quiet on the stream or
Yeah,
something?
I got it. I got it. Freaking headphone.
Okay, cool. Is the balance okay though between me and the game and everything on the stream?
That sounds fine.
Okay. Cool. Round the ragged rocks, the ragged rascal ran. Connecting to back end services.
Oh, now you make the joke. You did it earlier, but now you
Ah,
make it.
yes.
I was proud of you, and you did it.
Okay, let's see.
How
Now I
could you do
need
such a thing?
space bar. Melee. There we go.
Yep.
I appreciate
Please.
when games actually let me use my extra mouse buttons so that I don't have to use the cursed IQ software. That's always nice. Oh no, do I have to kill the strange cow-like creature again, even though it doesn't have hoofs or snout or
Cow
tail?
pig.
Or like spots, or like anything, or like an udder, or like anything at all that makes it similar in even the slightest bit to a cow?
It's a pig.
Okay, cool. I got it put on a mouse button now. It's much easier to dodge.
Sweet. Combat roll.
That's not one of our probes.
Tanner, I found it.
Good work. Good
Hmm.
try, so get the hell out.
Wait, hold on. This thing's just in relay mode. Tanner, the signal isn't coming from the probe. It's coming from outside our search zone, somewhere else on the planet.
Oh, nice. The game just crashed for no reason. Sweet. Thanks, Xbox, for Game Pass for PC.
Hmm. How does the bird thing flying like that with the wings go better?
That's weird. Did you know that the actual like Outriders exe is not the actual file that's running during this game? It's some file called madness-win gdk-shipping.
What?
Yeah. The Outriders is just
That's weird.
the Outriders exe is just a launcher that starts. But this is the one that has all of the stuff. It's the one using all the power and thingy-majiggers.
Hmm. Interesting.
Oh, and it crashed again. Sick.
Why?
Beats me. Xbox Game Pass for PC is an amazing deal, but they need to work their shit out because it doesn't always work very well. It's not the Xbox Game Pass's fault. It's actually because they're trying to run it through the Windows Store, the Windows like App
Oh,
Store
okay.
thing, and it
Hmm.
locks everything behind a like in order because of the way that the App Store controls files, it doesn't let you actually access the files. So unless you manually take control of the files, you don't own them. And it's all because they were doing this free Game Pass thing where you have a bunch of free games that you don't own, so they can't let you access the files. So they like seclude it on the hard drive. So even if you go to administrative, it doesn't let you. Oh, I think it crashed again. That's great. I think what I'm doing wrong is I'm alt-tabbing to check like stream stuff as it's loading. And
Oh.
I think that's what's killing it.
Ah.
Yeah, I think that's what's killing it. Okay, don't touch anything as it loads.
Hands up.
That's the trick. Don't touch anything while it loads. This is definitely what I have to do to make it work.
We're opening it.
Middle finger defense.
Mm-hmm. We're putting it across.
Yes, I've watched the corpse hawk fart fire 3 times in a row. Maybe it doesn't like being streamed.
Hmm. It's camera time.
Did Doodle Studios actually work on this game? 'Cause the only thing
It
that I
looked like
think
it.
I know them for is for that one game on the phone that was like a roguelike octo something where you're like an octopus and it's like a roguelike
Oh.
bullet hell. I think
If
it's
I'm not-
crashing again. What the hell is going on now?
It's still up. Is it frozen?
Yeah, it's frozen. And if I alt tab,
Oh, no.
it closes. Okay, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Skin splitting open.
Mm.
Outriders.
Ooh.
PC. Crash on startup. It seems to deal with authenticating the game with Xbox Game Pass on PC. Anyway, the fix. Sign out of the Xbox Game Pass. Task Manager Startup. Disabled Xbox app services. I'm gonna close the Xbox Game Pass. Go into Task Manager, locate something about Microsoft, something services. Gaming services. End task. Cool. Restart the Xbox Pass. See, normally with this trick, it's like a... what's it called? Permissions thing. So like you can get around this by going into the game files, right clicking it and telling it to open as an administrator, and it'll usually fix any sort of these issues, because it usually causes it's like some access of the files issue, and that usually fixes it. But for Xbox Game Pass games, you cannot do that. Again, because they won't let you access the files because you don't own them. You
Right.
can take control of them and own them. Like, it's not that hard to do. You just go into the files and change the ownership. It's complicated, but you can do it. Nope,
Yeah.
crashed again. Okay.
Alright. You go back to the Chernobyl game.
Maybe.
Maybe Outriders just needs a sleep, a rest.
No, I wanna figure it out. Ooh, this one says solved.
What?
Maybe it's my... antivirus. You heard it here first, hackers. I just paused my protection from my antivirus.
Oh, scandalous.
Mm-hmm.
Eh,
So it doesn't, like, So I can tell when it's frozen because my FPS that I have on an overlay showing the top left is shows 60 until I hit spacebar. And then it goes down to 10, which means it's frozen. And then I click on anything and it crashes. Okay,
Might
well
be
it wasn't
this
that.
Xbox.
What's up, my name is TechNubber here for Troubleshoot and welcome back to another video. In this quick video, I'll be showing you how to fix issues with installing this game through the Windows Store. There could be many issues, but I'll go from the most successful solutions to the least successful solutions, and hopefully by the end of it, you'll be able to install it automatic rather than manual. Then, clicking anywhere on the list, I'll type MIC to jump to Microsoft, where we'll be looking for Microsoft Store Install Service, this one here. I'll also right-click and click Resign in. This is usually an issue that prevents you from signing into Microsoft Store apps and games, though this could be a solution to them not starting or installing either. I'll click at the very top in the Microsoft Store and we'll search for Xbox Identity, but if you don't see it, you'll find a link down in the description below to actually download it. Simply open this link up in any browser and then click Get in the top right, followed by Open if you're prompted. This will open it up directly in your Microsoft Store, and all you have to do is click install if you have it available. If you're on Windows 11 and you don't have an install button, it should already be installed. So we can head across to Library, All, and look for it here. As you can see, Xbox Identity Provider. If you saw an install button on the previous page, click that, otherwise head here and make sure it's installed. There should be either a cloud button to download it, or if you see this, it's already installed and working. Now you should be able to open up your game and play it as per usual. On top of this, we'll also make sure to reinstall the gaming service. So once again, I'll open up PowerShell, run it as administrator, and I'll copy and paste the command from the description down below. This will uninstall gaming services entirely. Now we'll either restart our computer or simply follow along with the next few steps. If you
Too much. So there's easy fixes if you're on Steam.
Yeah, let's see if I can find anything. Looks like a lot of people are having a problem. Reduce graphic settings, ensure that crossplay is disabled. Hmm.
Try again. Like, I definitely think it's the Xbox app failing to log in.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because it's right at the point when you hit that button, it's supposed to log you in. Do a little pop up like doop, logging in with Xbox, and then it's not communicating that correctly. I still think the Xbox Game Pass is a great value. It's just sometimes you run into these stupid headaches that aren't addressed or fixed.
Yeah.
Oh, here. Hey, I got a thing. The UE4 Madness game has crashed and will close. That's better. It didn't freeze and crash without a thing. Let me try that again.
Told you before it did it. Those rocks are floating.
Aren't all rocks floating in a way?
Are they?
Yes. There's lots of reasons, but it depends on what perspective you're looking at. Oh, it said logged in as Sergeant Savvy before it crashed. It's not crashing yet. I alt-tabbed and it didn't like instant crash. Oh, there he goes.
Have you tried a different game?
Yeah, I've played other games before. It's not. It's just this game is not updated properly for this. I know how to fix it, but I can't do it because of the stupid Xbox thing.
Bug.
It's okay, we're just chatting anyway, so people probably are enjoying watching my pain. Aren't you, you sickos?
Yeah.
Shut up, everyone knows you're a sicko.
Let's see.
Okay, I got the thing. UE4 Madness game has crashed. Let me look that up. UE4 Madness game crashed. Says I need to switch to DX11 mode because it's a thing with DX12. But how do I even do that when I can't get into the game? Quit MSI Afterburner. Well, if they say so.
If you say so.
So it's apparently a failure with easy anti-cheat as well. So I can try repairing that.
Alright. Oh.
That's right. So what are you guys up to? You doing anything?
Just not really up. Just watching, trying to help you out.
What about you, oh quiet one? The perversions.
I am fine with whatever.
See, when you leave yourself on push to talk, you never remember to push to talk, and then you just are silent the entire time.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. A bit quiet.
Oh, it didn't crash.
Wait for it.
Wait.
Wait for it.
Wait.
I'm in. Magic. Okay, let me go
Hacker
to
voice.
display.
Yes.
How do I change it to DirectX 11 in the game? It doesn't give me the option.
Yeah, deal.
Would you happen to be able to look that up? I'm scared that if I alt tap, it's gonna crash.
Yeah, what exactly?
How to activate DirectX 11. Just put in DX11 in Outriders.
EX11. Let's see. Oh, not Steam though. Xbox. It's just giving me for Steam,
Don't
but
worry
it doesn't
about it.
say.
I'll look it up later. It's fine. We're in now. We're in to win it. Let's hope it doesn't crash again, and then I'll figure this out in between the next stream.
Congratulations.
Don't mock me, Jim!
Just a little bit.
I'm gonna murder you in your
He's a
sleep.
streamer, not a doctor.
Shut up,
Tanner, I found
nurse!
Good work. Get the drive. Get the hell
I'm
out.
a doctor.
Oof.
Is everyone dying now?
That
Fall back. Fall back. Convoy.
is Looks like it.
What's happening? What the hell kind of storm is this?
This is Captain Tanner. Code red.
Electric, obviously.
I repeat, hold out the landing. Maxwell, you copy?
Oof.
Hurry, we'll hold the truck. I can't even start the damn truck.
Just run.
Don't look, just run. Called it with that
Just
magnetic
run.
because that would cause this too.
Yep.
I'm so smart. He just got Vaporeon.
Ooh. Turned into a Victorian.
Not Cuthbert.
Oh no.
Cuthbert.
That custard. She run out. She's somethings.
Wait, he's not Russian, he's Polish? Isn't Kurva Polish?
We got heavy casualties, possible contamination. I need quarantine set up at base. You copy? Shit.
Tasty.
Maxwell, what the fuck is all this?
What does it look like?
Sergeant Major, sir, we have to follow quarantine procedure and hold the landing. Whatever the original reports about this planet, they were wrong. There's some kind of anomaly. If we land now, everyone will die.
There's no holding the landing. It's too late for that. There's nowhere else to go.
Tanner, here! We need help!
We need medics. See to them. Hurry!
No, stop. They're contaminated. We contain them. That's an order.
I would shoot him in the face right
You're an
now.
asshole. Look around
Yep.
you. We got men and women in need of medical attention. Now get your asses in gear and do the right thing, or I'm gonna have to.
No!
Contain this.
Oh, he's so dead. I'd shoot him
Burn
right
the
now.
fucking bodies.
I would kill them all right.
Shooting him would be way too fast.
Down line. I'll take care of the wounded. Just hold them back.
Yeah, cover me. I'm going after Max.
I got you. Outriders, stand down. That's
Shoot you in
order.
the face.
Sure. Right after you call off your...
As a taste.
Sergeant Major, the entire colonization is threatened. We need to warn the florists.
Your outriders are the ones who stirred up this threat, imperiled this mission.
Bullshit.
Oh, I to open your inventory.
Yeah. That ricochet.
Maxwell set up a block blockade. He's gonna burn everything down.
Why?
So he can tell the story of his way. How the outriders fucked everything up.
That's 'cause he's a douche.
Maxwell is the only one who can call off the landing. You need to get him to see reason.
No, he needs to die. Swear to God. Why is it always like this panicky asshole that's in charge, right? Every single time it's like some guy who like brown-nosed his way into some sort of...
Kill the traitors! Don't let them near!
Not. I'm just gonna kill his ass. Why am I gonna make him listen? I'm just gonna fucking kill him.
Yeah. My dad will try. He'll try anyway.
Do the right thing. Call it in. Postpone the fucking landing.
It's too late.
Is he dead yet? Did I kill him?
Did he explode?
With the wound. We have to get them to MedLab.
Over here!
Come on, move your asses!
Is he dead, please? Tell me, is he dead?
He was right. He was closer to it than you were, so he's probably dead. Hopefully.
Better be fucking dead, I swear to God.
Almost there. You're gonna be fine. Here.
You're gonna come back as a cyborg.
What are you doing?
I'm putting you back into cryo until MedLab can save your fucking life.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm done for.
Pep talks aren't really my thing.
Saved your life.
When is something truly over? Was it when your people left Earth behind? Was it when you watched the first spaceship crash and burn? Was it when you saw your fellow outriders crumble at your feet? Was it watching yourself die?
So how big of a
That
time
Enoch
skip is
isn't
this?
done with you yet, Outrider.
It's pretty big.
I always say, it ain't over till it's over.
You, what year are you from? Year, what year?
What?
Is this your pod? Where were the uplink nodes?
Come on, Doc. We need to go. They're coming.
Wait, we can't just leave them here. These are outriders.
They're not why we're here.
I'm sorry.
It's a big time skip.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
thing was
what's the
supposed
crap?
to stay in orbit.
Don't move, asshole! Captain! Found another one!
It did not.
Outrider. Thought your kind was all dead.
Dead. Uncuff me and find out.
The anomaly's coming. Let's see how fast you can run. The no man's land, like the others.
As soon as you.
Where the hell am I?
Shut your goddamn mouth! Hey, soldier! You're ECA too, right? When we get to
Huge.
no man's land, we gotta stick together if we want to survive.
survive what?
Getting our asses fried by the big storm. Hey, I told you two to shut the hell up. We're here. Come on. Go back! Go back! What the hell's happening? They've got an Aldrin. It's tearing our guys apart. You need to get out of here. But where? Storm's coming. You think the Aldrin care about a storm? Shit. Take the back way through the bridge. We're not gonna make it. Let's just cross about here. Get to cover. And rob the captain of his
I'm gonna go
show
get a
while you're
snack
on
to
your
go back.
Your man was wounded! That's better that way! Don't struggle! Go!
How long has it been?
What?
This war, how fucking long?
Who knows? Since before I was born!
That's fucking impossible!
Come on, open the goddamn gates! And move! Hold tight, almost there!
Almost where? Where are you taking us? I'm not supposed
What the
to
hell
be...
is the matter with you? You just wake up or something?
Cryo! I just...
Well, let me catch you up real quick. That paradise you outriders promised us, guess what we got instead? Goddamn alien storms! No shelter, no food, just kicked to the curb like exiles while your ECA pals got fat in their bunker. Bullshit! It wasn't like that. We lost electronics. We could have left you all to rot in your cryopods, but we didn't. We saved you, ungrateful. How many times did I tell you to shut up? It's open. Better hold your breath. Welcome to the Valley of Death, asshole!
Everyone gone crazy.
This can't be happening! You people are insane! All of this, it's fucking insane!
Oh, yeah, it is! Time to walk no man's land, pal!
I don't get it. Why?
They thought they brought him to a planet that
I get it. Crazy storms, whatever, and like they woke them up instead of letting them rot because the power went out, you know, because the electrical storms. But I mean, like, what's the point then of introducing all of those stupid characters if they're all going to be dead? Because there's no way this happened within one human lifetime.
Oh, fuck me.
Great framing, guys. Didn't even see what he pulled that on.
air.
Oh, I'm dead. Nice. New character. Unless I'm one of those weirdos they talked about.
Well, we did see what happened beforehand.
Long range support gadgets. Medium range conjure fire. Close range hit and run space time. Close range tank. Stand your ground. Can I change this?
I think you can something.
Well, Strength and Inferno's powers, you can recover health whenever enemies marked by your skills are killed. Portion of damage you deal is health. So I'll go Technomancer because that sounds cool.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to change my chosen path later. Great.
Well, that what you got.
But damage dealt as health means I don't have to necessarily kill them to stay alive.
Hmm. Ow.
Okay.
Guess I should turn around and just start murdering everybody. That's what I would do.
I need to get out of here.
Go back and just shoot
Gotta
everybody.
get across this hellhole. Whatever the fuck's happening, I don't belong on this side.
Okay, nah. This is gonna be better with controller.
What in the... Oh, shit.
Yeah, I get it. Just give me a second.
Careful.
Hold your tits. Plug in my controller.
Well, they ain't doing much damage right now, so you're good. There you go.
Okay, well the sensitivity is way too high for this.
Whoa. Did I do that? How is this happening to me? Who the hell are you people? Huh. Guess it's shoot first, questions later.
Just shoot.
Why is the sensitivity like going all over the place? Like sometimes it's like I can hardly move and sometimes it's like, whoa, I'm whipping around all over the place. Okay, give me a second, I get it.
To check it.
Give me a second. No, never mind.
Cool. He exploded.
I hate when like places like this feels like a bad port to PC because
Run! Hold your position!
They got a freak! Fall back!
Are they running from me? All right, I could get used to this.
God, it's got like aim
Retreat.
acceleration where like it. It sucks. Horizontal look something.
Sensitivity.
Going for the base speed of the camera rotating. Okay, wait. I don't want it to ramp up. Linear, thank you.
Oh.
Okay, now I need to turn off the dead zone because the dead zone's like huge. Okay, never mind. Now it's just like moving constantly. God, this is terrible. Controls for this are terrible. It's too damn sensitive. Alright guys, I'll figure this out, then I won't have to worry about it.
They're right before you. Nice.
Did you not?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, maybe taking off the dead zone was a bad idea.
Here it goes.
Okay. I need to turn down the sensitivity and turn down...
Ow.
Still gotta do something about this weird sensitivity.
Just gotta find the right.
Can you not?
It's like right behind you.
Okay, I think that was it. It was this ramp up time thing. Aiming ramp up time.
Oh, okay.
So I want it at always at full speed, and then I can increase the sensitivity. Whoa. Okay, now it's too sensitive.
These flares. This storm. I've seen this before. In the forest. When we...
Okay, now I just need to lower the multiplier for aiming. Almost there. I also have like an extra long toggle on my right stick. I have one of the Razor Wolverines. It's a really good really good controller. If you ever want a really good controller. So it has a bunch of swappable sticks. So are blue crates just always ammo crates? Yes, probably.
It's busy.
Comebacks and shotgun. Okay, so I can turn around pretty well. Feels better when I aim. It's not too sensitive.
This can't be real.
Seems pretty good. Oh, flamey boy.
The uppers.
Settle down there, bucko. Stop, drop, and roll.
Oh boy.
Stop, drop, and roll. Stop. No.
Okay.
I don't want any.
Too close.
It's a pretty fun game. I like it.
Don't want me. It's right.
I figured out the controls.
Yeah.
Hey, Steven, are you still there?
We went to get like some food or something.
Okay, well. Quest complete. Carnage.
Complete. Oh.
I could smell the storm in your blood, your stink of Enoch. Your kind are abominations, exile.
Who the hell are you?
Outrider. Impossible. Such untapped power, such confusion. You want answers. Whatever you were before, you're something new now. A second life. Don't waste it.
Who was that?
Lord Seth? He's altered. I think it's a little man. A little man.
Altered? What the fuck does that mean?
You... you don't know what you are. Where'd you steal that uniform?
I didn't, it's mine.
Yeah? If you's really an outrider, then you fights on the wrong side, altered.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Grand Marshal, she'll explain. Come.
Grand Marshal.
She...
Oh, I'm also the whole World War I aesthetic of these trenches is not lost on me.
Yeah.
Also because they're using like not pineapple, the stick grenades, whatever they are.
Go.
Yeah, grenades on a stick.
I forget what they're called.
Do whatever you have to do.
Throw them farther.
Shira?
You're alive.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
You came from their side. You got any intel for us?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Look, I got a war to win, so either you help me or you get back into cryo.
Hold on. I've just woken up to mud and shit. I've been asleep for God knows how many years.
31 years. So for 31 years, I've been seeing people fight and die while you were getting comfy in cryo. So excuse me for not throwing you a little welcome party.
I have returned.
I would punch her in the face. You're the one that just put me there and never woke me up.
The anomaly.
Yeah.
You mean that storm?
Alright.
We told them not to land.
She has hardened.
Anything more advanced than a grease engine got fried. All our data wiped out.
Not the internet.
Couldn't grow crops or make medicine, so we ended up in the same place as when we left Earth. Just killing each other over the little we have left.
Really? You couldn't
else?
grow crops?
The outriders are dead.
What?
And the anomaly keeps us in this.
Everything that was on that ship
We can't go anywhere else.
probably got.
You don't get it, do you?
Probably had like.
You're dreaming. This is real. Believe me, it's
everything.
fun.
Seriously, just
So whether you
oh,
like it or
no
not, you're
electricity.
stuck
We
here
just
in the
can't
mud
grow
and
anything.
shit, like the rest of
Wow.
us.
What an idiot.
You should have never woken up.
Warden, miss out on all this?
Grand Marshal, we were too late. The hounds have him. He's been taken underground.
Well, get him back.
Well, it may be our side, but that's not our turf, ma'am. I'm not losing people over Yakub.
Yakub? He's still alive?
Not too much longer, it seems.
Then I'll go find him.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Never mind. We've got it covered.
Hey, give me a second, guys.
Right
I'll be
into
right
it.
back. I can be right back.
I
Okay, my 3D print finished, so let me go set a new one.
Quick.
BCN 3D Stratos. Yes. Okay, so I need to up the speed, I think. Hmm. Okay, so I'm trying to fix my bridging. So let me go down to speed 30. Hmm. Something forward. A little drop Porsche. Let's go. Okay, that looks good. Settle down, Tempers. It's okay. Okay, what should I print? Tampy! Stop. Why is this?
Not pick up my voice.
What?
What? Oh, that my headset was acting
Oh, okay.
weird for a second.
Yeah, why not? Let's try this. Yeah, I go over to Octoprint and I upload a new file. Go to Orbit Vase. And print it. Okay. Still good. Everything's still working. Yep, still looks good.
Yep.
Bringing my mic back in close. Okay, we're good.
Let's do it.
Show set highest available tier? Sure. Sounds good.
Why
I
not?
do need to lower. It seems stuck at 60 FPS, so I don't know what's up with that. Aha, there we go. Now that's 120 frames. That's much better.
Hey, Shira. I'm geared up and tracking down Jakub. Now, who the hell are these assholes?
They're thugs, drug runners, and child slavers. They call themselves the Hounds. And believe me, no one's gonna miss them if you put a few dozen in body bags.
Why the hell haven't you done something about them already?
Honestly, because their black market keeps our soldiers happy. And at least they're not eating their own fucking kids like the insurgents we're fighting out there.
Yeah, I met a few of them. Not so friendly.
Everything if you see Gutman, tell her I ain't paying you goddamn took her too.
Go home. You're drunk.
Go home, you're drunk. Matchmaking quest timeline. Okay. Whatever. Do I have armor? Yeah, I have shitty pants. Sick.
Amazing.
Open stash. Hey, don't got anything in the stash. Change appearance.
Hey, sculptor.
No, they're gonna add fucking hairs like microtransactions, aren't they? That's dumb. I'm getting really like not nice Anthem vibes from this. So that sucks.
I don't think it's that, but
No, but this feels a lot like how Anthem's hub world felt. Just empty, like cool, maybe like stuff, but like story ideas, but dead, empty.
I'm looking for Jakub Dabrowski.
Go away.
Listen, asshole. You got a gun pointed right at your...
Well, that worked.
What the hell is going on out there?
Is that like an auto turret? Oh, an icy turret. Okay. Interesting. I also have, like, I don't use the buttons, like WXA, whatever. WXY.
WXC.
Not W. I don't know why I'm saying W. But I don't use that because I have extra bumpers, so that I can do them with the tips of my fingers instead. Wait, I don't have to take my thumbs off the toggles.
Yeah.
That's why I like the Razor Wolverine. Please sponsor me. God, I swear I would do anything for Razor sponsorship.
Careful what you wish for.
I mean, careful what I wish for. I would do anything for a Razor sponsorship. Almost.
Exactly.
But what's the likelihood they're gonna have me do like some sort of demonic sacrifice of my dog, you know? It's very unlikely.
On a full moon doesn't make it for it.
Whoa! Jesus! Settle down,
Oh my God.
you bunch of monkeys. Stop, drive, and roll!
You've been on fire more times than...
What, you're saying that you weren't this fire when you played this game? I know. Gosh dang it, I keep aiming low. Whoa, not you guys again. Can you not?
Get down.
Jeez, what's my melee button again? I don't remember.
Oh.
What's melee on controller?
Usually pressing in with a stick, I think.
Gotcha. Just slightly not quick enough to do the flip shots that I want to do. I'm gonna have to raise the Scopy-Doo modifier.
Wait. Go back. I'm calibrating myself.
It is a little bit like they rush you whenever you're in the menu. Almost like they know, which is kind of cheating.
Now where's Jakob?
I don't know where he is.
Okay, hold up. Let me look at the controls real quick. Controls. Speed, reversion, reload, and recover. What was sprint? Sprint is left bumper, right bumper. So, what do I need? I need a. Guess I could just use it. Secrets? Secrets. What else open back here, huh?
Anything else?
I saw a bunch of stuff open, so there's gotta be more. This all open. This opened. What's this? Oh, I thought that was glowing blue for a second. This I already got. Did I get anything good? Ooh, I got something green. Green means good. Blue suede shoes. Green suede shoes in this case.
Nice eyes.
Hey! Whoa. Oh, sorry guys. I thought this was the bathroom. You okay?
I had it under control.
Been a while.
I know you. Kurva! Then I thought you were dead.
You'll soon be dead if you don't get your ass to Shira's right now.
Shira. All right. Come meet me there when you're ready.
What a lovely reunion. He called me a bastard and ducked.
Shira, I got Jakub out in one.
He called you it
He's on his way to
lovingly.
you.
That old drunk just refuses to die. Well, you should come join us. We have some catching up to do.
I don't know if I want to catch up with you. You kind of seem like a bitch.
She's definitely turned into one. Again, she's been running this whole war by herself.
That's no excuse. She can be a bitch, but it's still her fault that I was asleep the entire time. She could have, like, woke me up and I could have helped, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you'd think that would have been some sort of top priority.
And if
Like, I
she
mean,
was
we
trying to
were...
see me for something out.
No. But we were friends, you know, and, like...
Weird one. Starting to get the shakes. Please? I'm desperate here.
A journal.
How long do you think?
How do I look at these journals?
Street and lore.
Okay, it's pretty dense. Cryo turret.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff and things.
Yep.
Grand Marshal's got us patrolling. Revered one. Ain't no voice.
Hit me up hard.
You have cryopods sitting right here, huh?
That doesn't.
fighting.
Okay, maybe I should look at like the history and lore ones.
Yeah.
In 2032, 10 years before Master Chief's fight. No, his was like 2152. Never mind. The Earth
Yeah.
began experiencing aggressive seismic activity. Some blamed it on secret weapon experiments carried out by the world's superpowers, a tectonic weapon that could target any location in the world and cause an earthquake. Another theory posed that experimental tech that could manipulate gravitational forces was responsible, causing some kind of imbalance in Earth's own gravitational pull. Others believed it to be an unexpected effect of the global warming already destabilizing the planet, among other series of natural disasters that awakened long dormant volcanoes and kicked up skyscraping tsunamis. Whatever the real reason, and perhaps they were all contributing factors, the truth was lost to history as the situation snowballed into catastrophe. Studies revealed that these earthquakes would only grow stronger and more frequent, disturbing weather patterns, toxifying the world's water supply, destroying cities until the Earth's surface became uninhabitable and all life on the planet would be annihilated within a century. The world's leaders were able to keep the coming extinction level event secret until 2048 when the first worldwide seismic cataclysm killed hundreds of thousands. Over the coming decades, as global disasters became routine, cities swallowed by the earth, submerged by the ocean, or buried by mountains, the world descended into chaos. Global instability, anarchy, and riots engulfed the planet. Throughout this period, many nations tried to find ways to save humanity. Trillions were spent building floating cities, space arcs, vast underground bunkers, but in the end, humanity's inability to work together and the sheer immensity of the task led to failure for all but one project, the SM Flores and the Caravel, the two ships that would embark on an interstellar voyage to the planet Enoch to find a new home for the last of humanity. In 2091, the last message from home was received by the Flores computers. As far as anyone knows, there is no longer any life on the planet Earth. SM Flores automated mission log 4190. Contact with planet Earth lost. Initialized diagnostic check. Blah blah blah. It finally happened. I accessed communications today and found the automated mission log reporting thousands of failed reconnection attempts from Earth. Diagnostic checks ruled out faults on our end, and backup comm systems report 0 messages. Doesn't feel real to write this. Earth is no more. Okay, the anomaly. The aberrant energy extant on planet Enoch has been dubbed the anomaly. Because it follows few laws of known physics, it remorselessly violent storms create pockets of distortion where rules like gravity, time, and even the physical manifestation of atoms become unpredictable. The first recorded manifestation was on landing day when the outriders tasked with securing the landing area wandered right into one of the anomaly's storm-like manifestations. Very few walked out. In the years since, the colony has learned to shelter in rifts, caves, and other structures when the storms arrive, but the anomaly's electromagnetic field has had even more devastating effects than the storms. First was the erasing of the colony's digital drives, filled with all knowledge from Earth. Then came the slow decimating of any complex electronics, which led to the mass awakening, the whole tragic debacle that set the colony on the course to war. Many have raised the question, why wasn't the anomaly detected by Earth's instruments during the exhaustive study of its habitability? Had they known, certainly Enoch would never have been selected for colonization. History of Earth. I'll take your questions now. Are these earthquakes natural? Blah, blah, blah. Underground nukes. G9 are the main classified. French delegate. I believe you are in the wrong meeting, Miss Flores. The Star Trek convention is down the road.
Oh.
So they say the Caravel was supposed to be the scout ship, and that's the one that blew up?
Yeah.
Grav drive engine capable of achieving 15% light speed. Good God. Hold up. Something doesn't make sense here. The
What?
closest star to us is like Alpha Centauri, right? Which is 4 light years away, right? So at 15% the speed of light, that means that it is 6 years to every 1 light year? No. 15% of 1 light year. How fast is that? No, doesn't matter how fast it is. Because it goes by, it's a distance of time, not of, well, it's all the same thing, really. But if it's only 15% the speed of light, then in order for us to travel 1 light year, it would take 20% would be 5 times, right? So I think my math's wrong. I feel like it should be a lot more than six years for every 1 year.
It takes it took 80 some years to get to Enoch.
Oh, right. That's what they're not accounting for. So, this person says, the dead giveaway that tells you... wait, no. If you travel to Alpha Centauri at 50% the speed of light, how much time would pass on Earth during your 20-year journey there and back? This guy says it wouldn't take 20 years back and forth. Alpha Centauri is only 4.367 light years away. So at half light speed, the journey would take 2 times 4.367 years. Which would equal 17,488 years from the point of view of Earth. You would see the distance contracted to 3.782 light years, and thus the journey would only take you 15.13 years at 0.5 c from your point of view. Observers on Earth would, of course, explain this discrepancy with your time running slow because of your speed. So if they traveled for 87 years, then they actually could have traveled a stupidly long far away at 15% the speed of light. But it would be only 15% the amount of time dilation Oh, is that 17.488 years, not 17,000? Anyways, doesn't matter. Something's off about their math here. But I don't know why we would go all the way to some fictitious planet called Enoch. So they're not even giving us an actual distance for. Probably because they don't want us to check their math, but... it would take a long time. And if they actually traveled that far... it's not 87 years for them. If it was 87 years for them, it would be like hundreds and hundreds of years back on Earth.
Yeah. Well, they said that they were a couple years in before they just completely lost. I heard nothing from them.
Oh, here we go. hydrazine and nuclear. Sorry, I gotta eat some Cheez-Its for my energy. Or it's gonna be shaking bad.
It's good.
A History of Madness by R.T. Eliot. Is that supposed to be a play on T.S. Eliot?
Probably.
Aeroponic farm. Nutrient-rich water is vaporized to form a mist that is then sprayed into the roots of crops. Nah, fam, that's not where it's at. It's about the hydroponics, because then you can get both. Have you ever have you guys ever seen the hydroponic like displays at Disney World?
Oh no.
Did
I've
you
never
know?
been to Disney World.
If you ever go to Epcot, Epcot's my favorite Disney World land. But Epcot has this hydroponics center where they have these gigantic vats of fish, and that water is put into the roots of the plants through like literally PVC pipe, and then the plants filter out all of the poop and stuff for their nutrients, cleaning the water, and then they pump that back into the fish, and the fish get the whatchamacallit, the aerated water because of what the plants do, and so it's like an almost perfect system with very little water loss.
I kind of wanted to try that out.
And it both feeds, something about it feeds the fish and feeds the plants. So like you can farm fish and plants in the same closed system.
That's really cool.
And like most of the seafood and vegetables that are used in the well, probably not most, but a lot of them in a lot of the fancier restaurants in Epcot are actually farmed and right there in the hydroponics area or something.
Oh wow.
It's pretty cool. Like they even have like edible flowers there.
That's awesome.
It's this fun little water ride, kind of like an educational version of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, okay.
It's called the Land and Sea Ride.
Ah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
I find some semblance. After we capture the bunker,
Who is this fuck?
That one guy that
No, because he won't. Because he can do what the fuck he
ran
wants.
into you earlier.
Hey, never been so happy to see a familiar face. You haven't aged a day.
and you got old, my friend. In the hallway, that was Seth. What was he doing here?
Ignoring our pleas for help.
I thought he was on your side.
Seth, he's not on anyone's side. The insurgents have altered their walking nightmares. We're lucky Seth shows up to fight them back sometimes, but only if it fits whatever the hell game he's playing. Hey, damn it.
You have no idea how bad it is, Outrider. We thought we escaped the apocalypse. We thought we could start over again here. But we were wrong. I was wrong.
Shira.
Do you know why I'm in charge? Because I'm the only officer left alive. The insurgents at our door. They're feral, sadistic. They have us surrounded. We're low on food and bullets. And if those freaks don't kill us, this planet will!
Welcome back.
The black fungus in the forest. We never found a cure. The mountains are filled with abominations. And the anomaly storms get bigger every year. We don't have much time left. If we don't find a way out of this valley, if we don't find a miracle, this last shred of humanity is over.
Shira!
Well, would you look at that?
I can do things now. I don't understand, but maybe there's a reason.
Yes, you are. I guess I know why I saved your damn life all those years ago.
I'm sure this isn't exactly what you had in mind.
I'm not complaining.
Still, I don't get it. The day we landed, that storm, it tore Cuthbert apart, but not me. Why? Why was I...
Altered? Who the hell knows? When those storms hit, some get ripped inside out, some turn pink polka dot, and a few come back. Fucking immortal.
Nothing about the anomaly makes sense. It disrupts the laws of nature. It mutates whatever it touches. Early on, the ECA's best scientists tried to understand the storms, to tame them. None survived.
I guess you got lucky, boss. Or maybe not.
All I care about is that you are on our side. Our only supply line is blocked by an altar that our weapons cannot touch. Out by the old solar array. Seth had no interest in helping us, but now, you're here.
Hell, why not? Maybe I can buy humanity another day.
Lieutenant, what the hell was that?
The whole front line just collapsed! Like an earthquake, all right? I think we lost our whole first line of defenses!
On my way. Go, go, go!
Hey. In case I don't get another chance, I tried to find you. But it all went to shit. We had to run for our lives.
Forget it. I'm alive. I should have been dead 10 times over, if not for Tanner, if not for Shira. I'm the one with dues to pay now, Jakob.
Boss. I missed you. It's good to have you back. Now go beat that alter's ass for us. So we can get back in this goddamn fight.
Could you look up curva? Because I think it's Polish.
Be careful out there. It's bad.
I'll see what I can do.
But I don't actually
Shira,
know.
I still got about 30 years of questions to catch up on.
So if you make it back in one piece, come and ask me. But I don't promise I'll have all the answers.
Spell it.
Examine my wares, revered one. I guarantee at least one will strike your fancy. Come, see what wonders I have for sale.
Another time, mister. I'm having one shitty day.
Bitter wind blows for us all. Come, how about
That is Polish.
Sure, everyone's dying. I can
Not
take
much of
some
an
tea.
inventory.
Don't mind all this crap, honored one. I keep all the good stuff.
AURWA.
altered. I didn't know.
Think I care? He was about to show me the good stuff.
Just acting on orders.
Whose orders?
Barker, he runs the Hounds gang. He's trying to take out all the vendors in Rift Town. It won't work for him.
Worst fucking day.
Well, that sucks.
What the hell happened?
The insurgents dug underneath my troops, blew the whole goddamn front to hell. If you can't open the supply line,
Definitely a curse word.
I mean, so far the writing's better than whatever that game was that I was comparing it to.
Okay, boss. Do you see a big tower? That's where you need to get.
Anthem.
The old solar tower.
Yeah.
But it's a mess out there. Everything's
I knew it's
upside
better
down.
than Anthem.
Yeah, I noticed. Don't worry, I'm carving my way through it.
Anthem really doesn't have story per se.
I mean, it did. It just was shitty, and they clearly didn't have enough of it to go around.
I guess so. There's supposed to be more. Shooty. Like that bird fall out the bloody mess one.
Gears of War.
Yeah, sort of.
Not that I ever really played it.
Oh, this is actually pretty similar. I mean, not completely, but it's definitely similar.
What I get.
Ow.
Rifle. Pistol. So I have to hold Y to go pistol?
Yeah.
Infinite ammo for it.
Duo. Akimbo. Secrets or something.
What I just harvested. Iron. What, did you not get the iron?
Oh, I thought you said Pyron. I'm like, what the heck is Pyron?
You don't know Mr. Pyron?
What?
You know Pyron Technical University? Where you learn to make the Pyron techniques?
Yeah. Oh, just blew up his cover. Then you blew them up. It's only fair.
These guys are tanky.
Yuppers.
Not.
Stop.
Peekaboo.
I see you. Let's look hiccup. This will be fine.
Okay, how the hell does my, like, anything work?
What?
I really hate that it leaves them with, like, one little blip of health. Loot. I don't like this game doesn't like give you any like pings to where the loot is.
Yeah.
Makes you look for it. Goodies, that looks like a trap.
It's a trap. Uh-huh.
It's a tarp. That's melee. Aim. Ah, that's the ping.
Ping.
Interrupting skills. Filling casting bar. Beam prime. Building resistance. When you use skills that interrupt or immobilize the enemies, those enemies build up crowd control resistance. Okay. Enemies and enemies temporarily immune to interrupt and immobilizing effects. Okay. Sounds good. So they have captains too? Or is this the altered I'm supposed to kill? It must be the altered I'm supposed to kill. I'm doing shit.
Wait. You see.
Settle down there, Sonny Jim.
Okay. You the rest of there.
Gotcha. Stop.
Ah, yeah, right.
What'd you say?
Stop, you violated law.
Halt! I choose you to die. 2. Bless me.
I said it.
I'm out of ammunitions.
Not part of the process.
I bless you with my Catholic religion.
Oh, don't curse me like that.
Oh.
That's super rude, man. Cursing me with
Oh.
I can't even say it. Too cursed. I'm just putting curses on curses. Oh. Lobbing it from downtown.
Damn.
All I got left is shotgun.
Take it. Shoot him.
God damn. So, like, I wish that the ping would show me like that sort of stuff. Like,
Where resources are.
yeah, that'd be really nice.
I had to save your ass from that machete-wielding mob.
Maybe. Yeah. Doesn't say
Like that time
like
I had
no.
to save your sorry ass from
Great
that
work,
redneck
but
mob storming DC.
Those missions felt like we were fighting for a reason. But this shithole, it's never been worth fighting for.
So what's it all about for you then?
Just trying to live another day. Boss, we're barely holding on.
Sounds like I chose a good day to wake up then.
get that tree.
I don't like that my melee does no damage.
Probably have to upgrade that too. Just stumbles on protection.
I hit him.
I'll definitely upgrade it.
Ah.
Stop.
Fire!
What?
Do I have other stuff that I... Ooh. I got gooder stuff. I love when the numbers go up.
Yay.
Don't you love when the numbers go up?
Exactly.
I just hope that it doesn't have the shitty loot like Anthem does, where every single thing looked exactly the same. Like, that was the one thing that really drew me to this game. When I didn't buy it because it was Epic, and I don't buy Epic games. When they do that bullshit of, like, buying exclusivity, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, I was looking forward to this game until they bought exclusivity on it.
I think mostly
Isn't it because they want to like make their their application like Steam?
I'm seeing a lot of dead
But
people.
Steam grows
They look
way
like they've
past
been
what it used to be.
sautéed.
I don't think they'll ever be able to catch up.
Be
Most
careful.
I feel like
Well,
they're trying to do that.
I mean, the problem being is that Valve is kind of sitting on its laurels because it's had no competition. So I'm not upset that they exist, and I like their practice of giving away free games. That's a really smart way to do it. I think it might be the only way to get people to invest. But, the problem is when they buy exclusivity to games that are already promised. Like, they're not supporting more games in the system. They're just buying games to keep them from other people. And that's excluding, and I don't like that.
That's true. That does kind of honestly suck. Because then we're just in that whole situation where we want a new Skyrim game, but they just keep on making a new one over and over again, or just releasing. It's like, hey, we got this. We got an update.
Well, that's like sitting back on their laurels because Bethesda doesn't have competition and they have no incentive to do more. But like the difference with what Epic's doing is they're like, hey, we don't want Xbox and PlayStation or whatever to get this game. We don't want Steam to get it, so we're gonna buy it for 1 year. Then they can have it. But that super fucks over whatever game that they do that to. Because then, like, most people don't buy it when the hype is going on, you know, when everyone's playing it.
Yeah.
Because they're waiting for it to come out on Steam or they refuse, and so it splits the market and it just fucks everything up. It's not... It makes really good games that would have otherwise been, like, really popular and had the money to support themselves a lot further from being able to support themselves and, like, make better content, you know? Because, like, if they had come out on Steam, they would have sold a lot more copies and, like, been able to... Like, make more DLCs or content or whatever. Just support the game better that they made. And... you get what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Jacob, I've reached the solar tower. I'm going in.
What are you seeing in there?
Some kind of
I
weird
just really
electrical
want a different
sparks
Skyrim
flying
game already.
everywhere.
A different Elder Scrolls game. It's
Alter,
not
did I not mention?
pay to play,
He's
and
a
it's not.
goddamn electro freak.
You mean he lights
You
up
know,
light
just greedy.
bulbs?
More like flash frying everything for a
Just
mile.
all I ask.
Look, I know you've always been able to handle
I love
this,
Skyrim.
but
Don't get me wrong. It's just
this son of a bitch is on a whole other level.
it's done.
As of recently.
It's so far done. It's like it's dried up. It's used. It's begging to die, but they just keep on milking more out of it.
Who's this? Is this the guy? Is this him? But I'm putting my flag down. Oh, now you can't have it because I own it because I put a flag on it. Sorry, big boss man, you're done for. I put my flag on. Because when we'll know if it's a good game or not if the boss fight's good. That's what the game's all about. Spiky arms, that's kind of cool. That can happen to me. Come on, man, don't make it too easy. Oh, you hit me once. Oh, he hit me a lot. Top of the head, top of the head. that's what got me. I landed in one of his... Oh, that's not nice. Gotcha.
And so, Outrider, you've had your first kill. We Alter do not die so easily, do we?
Seth.
Come. We must speak.
And who the hell is Seth? You know, they introduced all these characters that die at the beginning, but the ones that matter, they didn't introduce.
They asked you to help them. To fight the altar down there. Why didn't you?
That pathetic monstrosity was a distraction.
People are dying because of him. Without the supply route open...
They all die. These feeble creatures. Slaughtering each other over scraps. You waste your gifts. Running errands for them. Trying to win their meaningless, endless war. You must realize, you're not like them anymore.
So what? I should play at being a god like you?
I am not playing. But you are something even more. Altered and Outrider. The last Outrider. Do what you were sent here for. Go! Beyond the frontier. These people need their gods. Only one like you could lead them to a future.
Why not you?
They call him Moloch. I fight another war, far above this petty squalor. My war is with the worst of our kind. This one is too powerful. He will destroy us all, unless I hunt him down. But this is not your fight. You are to be the shepherd. Find a way for them out of this slaughter, Outrider.
When do I get to become all pretty like these guys with the holes in their face and stuff? And the spikes.
Shira, it's done. Your supply line's open, I'm heading home.
I can't believe it. Outrider, what you just did. I've left 100 men trying.
Don't thank me yet. You still got a war to win.
Not sure anyone's winning this goddamn war. But there's something even more important you might be able to do. Come see me in my bunker.
So, if he's an altered too, and he's supposed to be immortal, why can't he just come back after I kill him? Like I come back. Hmm? I guess Fangs fell asleep, huh? Looks like I'm on my own, folks. I've got the green pants. What do I do with the other stuff? Do I like sell it or? Mark. 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 Kill. Mark. 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 Kill. Cool. That's how I mork stuff.
How the hell does the ECA expect traders to make do without government subsidies?
That seems like a lot of money. Not really worth it.
Watch where you go.
I hope things get better around here, like visually, as I progress through the game, because that would be kind of cool.
I don't believe you. They do, Peck.
Jakob? Shira?
The signal in the forest. You remember it?
Yeah, like it was yesterday.
You still have its frequency, don't you?
You mean this frequency?
Curva. You got the winning lotto numbers tattooed on your ass cheek too?
Still don't believe me?
Ugh, I hate when you play the I told you so.
That signal is still playing like a distant echo. It's digital, which means it must be coming from a place where there is no anomaly. The problem is, we've never been able to locate its source because we've never had the right frequency. Until you showed up. So now listen close, you need to bring those precise numbers to Dr. Abraham Zahidi, one of our last scientists.
Bullshit. He's been deep in enemy territory for weeks now. Five Ration says Zahidi's dead.
We don't know that. You. I've seen you before. It was in the med lab. You woke me out of cryo.
Guess life's real funny that way.
Meet Jane, sniper, first class. She almost died trying to save his life. She'll guide you.
Wait, Shira. When we landed, that signal was already playing. Do you have any idea who or what is sending it?
Do yourself a favor. Don't ask that question. Whatever's out there, they don't want to be found. And whoever goes looking for that fucking signal ends up dead.
But it's the only chance we've got. And if anyone can get there alive, it's all of you.
Shira, come on.
Jakob! That's in order.
Sorry I left you to die in that med lab.
Hey, no worries.
Didn't really have a choice.
I'd have done the same.
No, you wouldn't. You're a good person now, because I'm in the helm. I leave no one to die.
So, Jakob, what do you think the signal is?
Beats me. Just some fake hope bullshit for losers who can't accept the world has gone to shit. But I guess that's our goddamn mission now. So meet us at my garage when you're ready.
Come on in, sweetheart. Madame Beauvoir's little museum of lost things is always open.
Whoa.
No touching.
Beastie Boys on vinyl. Even on Earth, these were hard to come by.
How you know about that?
Long story. You a collector?
Someone gotta be. Everyone else is all too ready to forget.
How did all this get here?
Well, when we left Earth, all we all got was one box of our things. Now people got no interest all the junk we brought. But not me. This is our history. What we was, what we lost. My little museum of Earth. Always looking for donations. Oh my. It still has ink. How?
Like I said, long story.
Thank you.
Ooh, a Sharpie! Oh, God!
Without memories of the past, the future means so little. If If you come across anything else from old Earth, there's a home for it here.
I'll keep an eye out.
Don't stop
Why would a
looking for those
Sharpie mean
artifacts for me.
anything? Seriously.
I'm too old to go traipsing all over.
Waiting down. Okay, so now I can ping for random bullshit.
I told you that if you pissed him off, we get guard duty. I told.
I know you have a million questions, but I don't have time.
You let me sleep in a few too many fucking years. I think you can find some time. How did it all begin? Why'd you start fighting?
When the anomaly got bad, we had only just begun the colonization. There were still more than 500,000 frozen in cryo waiting for us to wake them. But we already knew we couldn't feed them all. So one faction argued to just pull the power and let them die in their sleep. Preserve the resources we had. The others wanted to give them a chance to live.
I can guess which side you were on.
I was wrong. We tried to be fair and to ration what we had. But it only led to bloodshed.
Your enemy. What do they want?
What do any of us want? To have enough. But there isn't. Enough food, enough water, anything. They won't settle until they have all we have. They want to destroy us. So I need to destroy them first.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
What am I now? Altered? Help me understand.
What do you want to know?
How many are there?
There are lesser ones all over with small and strange mutations. But those with true power, only a handful. Still more than I'm comfortable with. But the soldiers revere them as gods.
The other altered out there. Who do they fight for?
Whoever the fuck they want, you think anyone controls them? The ones who fight with us, they at least seem to have a reason for it. Some shred of humanity still. But on the other side, they're demonic, wrathful gods, machines of death. There's nothing human left.
That won't happen to me.
I like the main
I pray
character
that's
style.
Well, there you are. I've been talking, you haven't been responding.
Oh, I'm falling asleep. Plus, I do have to go to bed soon. I gotta wake up early.
Okay.
I got a good amount sack.
This is insane.
I gotta get my
I watched you take this
what's
photo
called map.
a few hours ago.
So I can figure out what
That was
classes
a
I have to
lifetime
take
ago.
to get my green.
That girl you met that day is
Caffeine.
long gone.
That girl
What is she holding?
could never have survived.
It looks ancient.
Sure. I don't need it anymore.
The one part I always have problem with Twitch is that it keeps on like pausing and then going and pausing.
You've been gone too long to understand how truly
It's not you. It's just my internet.
There can be more than 50
Or
or 60,000
the computer. I don't know. Every time
More
I
on
use
the
it,
other
it's
side
just
than
it just
ours.
pauses every now
Soon
and
there'll
then.
be
Even
none
when I
of
use
us
my
left to
phone,
fight.
it's weird since it's separate.
The insurgents' last assault.
But it's not separate. You're still using the same Wi-Fi.
Distraction. They were digging tunnels and planting charges right beneath
Your
us. They blew
stupid
our front
Wi-Fi
line all
gets the
to
same
hell.
signal as your phone
I
because
noticed.
you're doing it through the same signal.
The reports of casualties are uncountable.
There's
One of
literally a
my
cell
best men
phone
was out
set to
there,
mobile
Lieutenant
hotspot in that stupid cylinder of yours, basically.
But a message just
Yeah, that's true. That
and he's trapped under the
Stupidest
rubble,
Wi-Fi
still
thing you
alive.
could have gotten. Such a waste.
I don't have any moment to spare.
yeah. That
I
was
need
having fun.
you to get him out.
Alright. I'm gonna go,
It's the least
go
I
to
can
bed.
do.
You guys have a good night.
Well, tell Fangs to go to bed
I
too,
want
because
to
I'm
hear
pretty
the
sure
moment
she's
our
already
search
asleep.
parties turn up anything about McCain.
I am not.
If this
If you're
McCain
falling
is still
asleep, I know you
alive,
are.
I need to find him.
Nope. Alright, fine.
Lies.
Stay
You've
up.
been not responding for the last hour.
I, I don't know what you talk about.
Exactly.
If you're okay.
Go to sleep.
Alright.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. Alright, I'm going to bed. You go to bed too.
Okay.
Alright.
Happened to
Good
everyone
night,
else?
Travis.
Good
None
night.
of the other outriders survived?
See you later.
Well, you had front row seats for the shit show that started it all. You know, most of us were dead that first day. The few dozen that were left, they did what we came here to do. They fucking explored. Wait. Who do you think died trying to figure out we couldn't leave this fucking valley?
Tempers. Hey, no. Tempe, settle down. Get down.
Why are you the only outrider alive?
You think I was gonna explore this damn planet after what we saw? Fuck them. Let them have my badge. I didn't need to be an outrider that bad anyway.
Why is it telling me to go down here if my main objective is right here? Ah, whatever. Oh.
And again, Dabrowski has outdone himself.
Whoa. You've managed to keep my truck working after all these years?
Well, I had to strip the AI systems, bypass the graphene cells. Cost me 20 bottles of vodka and parts, but now I'll be able to run on anything. Diesel, turpentine, even fucking potatoes, if we could grow potatoes.
You still got tunes?
Tunes? Hey, boss, we got no electronics. No tunes, no nothing. But somehow we make do.
Oh yeah, I remember something. I got Amazon Prime. And I was trying to give you my Prime. I don't know how to do that.
You have to link your Twitch account first. And then you go to subscribe and you say scroll down and do Prime subscription.
Press subscribe. Where would subscribe be? Because I don't see it on yours.
Oh no, you can't subscribe yet. I have to be like a partner or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to subscribe to you to give you
Okay, I tracked the dock to that radio tower on the hill.
the
But the slums
subscription.
between here and there are infested with snaggletooth
I was
fox
trying to be a
patrolling
cool
insurgents that those
friend.
mutated things are out hunting.
Wait.
Alright,
What
well
kind of
that's what I
mutated
was
things we talking
just want to say. Alright, have a good night, man.
I'll stick to the roofs, give you some eyes from above. Good luck.
That thing's the nuclear engine from the Flores, right? The place is crawling with insurgents. I need to clear them out. some writing here.
Well, the fire rate on this sniper is obviously much better than the other one. Hey, stop. Make the scope better too. It's down here, huh? Something tasty? No. Not tasty here for me. ¿Por qué? Very wiggly woggly. Okay. I thought pressing down was supposed to ping pong the interesting. Wait, I can't believe that they would have this big long path up here. There would be nothing to get. Guess it was just a way to get around with cover. Meh. Boo. Okay. Oh, they got me. How far back is it putting me?
Place is crawling with insurgents. I need to clear them out.
Back here again. Headshot.
Hey, what's up?
How do you?
Just checking up on you, saying hi.
No worries, I'm just streaming the game, that's all.
On Twitch?
Trying out Outriders, it's on the Game Pass.
Oh. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Reminds me a little bit too much of Anthem, but that's not this game's fault. It's just how bad Anthem was that it gives me PTSD.
It's
Oh, oops.
It's usually like fast paced.
It is.
If this was 50% slower and it took place on an island, you could convince me this is the Tomb Raider I was just playing a month ago. Because like the level, the map that you're at, it's exactly like one of the last maps of the game. The little like pieces of metal.
It's really kind of like a cover shooter. Jesus, what is doing so much freaking damage to me all the time? I'm running the fuck away is what I'm doing.
Oh shit. Well, I can tell you it's literally got the same damage as Tomb Raider. You fucking, they touch you, you die.
It hasn't been like that thus far.
Because that's bullshit. I hate that.
It's got kind of abilities, kind of like Diablo.
Yeah, I see that. That looks fun.
Yeah, it's got like 4 classes that I've seen thus far. Each of them is pretty neat, but you can't like try them, so you just like pick one and go for it, I guess.
Go for the best. Cross your fingers.
Each of them has a way of getting back health, like a version of lifesteal, which I like. Like, one person gets it from kills, this one gets it by the damage that I do. One does it by, like, melee killing, and another one does it by enemies dying nearby, even if they're not the ones that kills them. That's the tank class. It's like, you don't have to do damage if you're a tank, you just have to be near the enemies when they die to get your health back.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good way to do tank.
Yeah.
It definitely works better on controller, in my opinion.
Yeah, with I imagine like most things that are like shooters with abilities, that sounds like a controller thing.
Well, if it was a first-person shooter, I'd use mouse and keyboard, but a third-person shooter like this, where you have to turn around really fast and it's not about accuracy at all, and like, because the abilities were on 1, 2, and 3, and that's just too much for one hand to do.
Yeah.
You know, all the super fast movements and running, jumping, taking cover, etc., all on like different fingers, and to do any ability you have to take it off of WSAD. So like you're stopping every time that you want to use an ability, because you literally can't like hit 1, 2, 3 without moving your fingers off of the WSAD. So yeah, controller. But man, it was a bitch to get it like dialed in, because it had like this weird acceleration curve on the aiming. Like I found what works for me, but man, it was a bitch to get it dialed in.
What's that one game we played? It was a shooter and oh, the Siege.
Extraction?
Yeah, where the fucking sensitivity was stupid. There was one mode and it was go stupid.
Well, yeah, because that is not a controller game at all. Like that is a Siege game, which is made for computer by computer people. So I'm surprised it even has controller support.
That meme. Ugh, go stupid. Ugh, go crazy. Yeah, that's the epitome of that fucking sensitivity. Is there a story?
Yeah.
I'm also getting like a Borderlands feel, minus the whole, you
No,
know,
it's
comic book.
I don't get any Borderlands in this at all.
I've never played it, but it just reminds me of it.
Like with the abilities, I guess?
No, with the open worldness.
Oh no, it has very linear levels.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never played a single
This shit is
Borderlands
gonna
game.
take some getting used to.
I've seen people play it, and I was just like, whoa, kind of looks like
I
a
have
Borderlands.
no idea what the fuck's going on around here. This looks like definitely the place I should be running into. Yeah, it's pretty story heavy thus far, I guess. There's lots of murder in between.
Like any good story does.
But so far it's very linear story, level after level sort of thing. Cutscenes in between. Hello.
Fuck is that?
Some of my abilities. I summon like turrets and shit.
That's cool.
My class is called the Technomancer, so I make like turrets, grenades, and things.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's got this kind of weird, oh, no. World War I aesthetic, oddly enough. Like sci-fi World War I aesthetic, because they've got these big trench type things. But the aesthetic reminds me a lot, and the engine reminds me a lot of, like, Anthem. Not seeing a lot of loot diversity yet either, which unfortunately also reminds me of Anthem. But it really is kind of like a Diablo meets Gears of War.
Yeah, that probably makes more sense.
Because it's got it's the entire Gears of War cover mechanic. But it's all PvE, there's no PvP. When this was being like sold, a lot of people thought it would be like a Destiny 2 killer. But it's not.
I'm remembering this game. Yeah. Is this the one that was made by what's the studio? The publisher that made it?
Square Enix? Oh, what the fuck was that? Oh, what the fuck? I got teleported deeper into the boss arena? Oh, that sucks ass. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, I did not want to get thrown into the middle of the fucking arena. I was not down for that.
Hey, Outrider. Is it true you're from Earth? What was it like?
Oh, nothing like you imagine. My generation, we lived our whole lives knowing Earth was over. We killed to survive, to earn our seat on the Flores. I got a few happy memories. They're not much better than meals on death row.
Have you ever yawned so big you feel like a faint?
Say what?
Have you ever yawned so big you feel like you're gonna faint?
No. Probably means you're not breathing deeply enough. Because your body naturally yawns to get carbon dioxide out of the bottom of your lungs. So if you're not breathing like deeply enough, then carbon dioxide can build up in your lungs.
Oh, you're right. I looked it up. That's true. I was curious if there's a reason because I was tired or something. It has nothing to do with that.
It's kind of a psychosomatic thing that people believe that it's because you're tired. I mean, like, it kind of makes sense because when you're tired, you're usually like falling asleep and not breathing as deeply until you actually do fall asleep. I really, really hate the melee of this class. I think I'm supposed to be longer range, so it makes sense, but still, I hate it. Each class is like a really huge tree, though.
There's a lot of these games that never really go anywhere. I mean, sometimes they do get sequels, but kind of like For Honor.
For Honor?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with this game?
No, I'm saying like sort of these games that never really take off per se.
What do you mean? For Honor was like one of the biggest war sim games ever. Like, it had more sequels than Call of Duty.
Wait, they made a part 2?
For Honor?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking For Honor, not Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
Well, that's an entirely different game, because that's like a PvP-centric... Fuck. For Honor was like a PvP medieval game. It was like Call of Duty multiplayer only with melee. So there wasn't a lot to it unless you like a game where you just do the exact same thing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really been long enough for it to have a sequel yet either, though.
Yeah.
This game's
Like-
only been out for a year.
I forgot there's another game. I was thinking about two. Never mind. Yeah, I don't remember.
Can you describe it?
Um,
Because I have over 1,500 games on Steam, so likely or not, I own it.
it was one of the games that came out last year, or in 2020. I think it was like a...
Well, not a lot of games came out last year. Almost all of them were delayed.
Yeah, that's true. How come Steam doesn't show their, like, the thing? Is it because of the sale going on? Or do I have to scroll down to find it? You know how they used to have, like, a list for, like, popular games or whatever?
Yeah, it's down at the bottom.
I was getting nervous because I couldn't see it. Wait, what? I saw something. Haha. Oh, actually, no, I spoke to the bottom of the store, it's not here. Unless I moved it.
Maybe you're not on the actual storefront page, but some sale page.
Let me see. If we go to featured. Discovery. Oh, that wasn't it either. Not thinking. New releases.
Well, if you're down at that, then you are at the right place. That is what you were talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, I found it. I guess you have to go, like, click some things to get them. Oh, these are relevant games. Wait, are relevant technically like the top games out right now?
No, they're based on whatever your search was.
Oh shit, then this is not gonna tell me what the top, fuck, how do I get there? Oh, release date. I just realized they haven't. I haven't never checked that.
Oh, this guy can teleport me?
See that coming.
Focusing too much on using my weapons and not fucking powers.
Did you hear that Project Melody's making a game?
Yeah. Heard about that like months and months ago.
Yeah, I just heard about that like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Oh, nope. I can tell you what day I heard about it. The last day of last year. That's when I heard about it.
Don't you love the sound of that blood rain when it all splatters through the ground? Sounds real chunky.
Meaty.
I mean, I like this game so far. It's got really like good controls, got fun abilities, though I want some more variety. Seems like I'm leveling up pretty slow. So that means that there's lots of time, which is good. It's gonna take me a long time to unlock all my upgrades or whatever.
I finally found one example. Deathloop.
What about Deathloop?
That game. Trying to find the other one too. Came out last year. I know that. Fuck.
Yeah, that one just came out. What point are you trying to make exactly?
Oh, that's like these sort of games that they don't feel like they're super far well thought out.
Oh, I don't believe that at all.
That you think they're well thought out?
Yeah. Like, Deathloop was a really, really unique idea, premise for a game. But the thing is, they're not... The good and the bad is that they're not built like a Destiny, where there's supposed to be this endless stream of content forever that they're going to eternally invest in. Like, those people want to continually make new games, which is what we as gamers want. We want new games. We don't want, you know, a Skyrim that they haven't come out with a new game in 12 years, you know?
Yeah.
We don't want that. We want new games. So, like, they have a finite amount of content, but that's not a bad thing at all, honestly. But I think this is a lot better thought out than, like, a game like Anthem, which is the most similar game that I can think of, because that was a third-person shooter, looter shooter, just like this. Problem is that they had a frame of a story, but they only had, you know, the equivalent of like the first arc of the story planned out, and then they padded it out to make a full game out of it. Like, they wanted to release the rest of the game in like multiple DLCs, but it was so shitty and so bad and so broken and so boring because every single gun was identical. except for the stats, and there was only like 3 stats per gun. So it was the most like, what's the only point of a looter shooter?
Loot and shoot.
Right, looting better guns and better armors that are cool and interesting that make you want to keep playing the game.
Yeah.
But it didn't have any of that. This game already has more gun types than that fucking game did. Even though I'm getting like tons of copies of the same guns, I've already gotten like a sniper and a shotgun, sniper, and machine gun are what I've gotten mostly. But then I've also gotten a rifle, and I've gotten a heavy machine gun now, and you always have like pistols that you can go to, and there's like some sort of crafting system.
Oh shit, it really does look like a Destiny clone. At least the UI does.
Really?
Well, I haven't played Destiny 2 in a while, but I just remember all like the white background and the outline of the white around the guns and stuff.
Yeah, I can see it where the character's in the middle and the armor's on the right hand side.
Yeah, like the color choices and the font, it all just feels like really Destiny 2.
A little bit. But I mean, this was like Square Enix's like one of their first attempts at a looter shooter, so I mean, they definitely took inspiration from the best, and that's not a bad thing. Why reinvent the wheel just to be different?
That's true.
I mean, when something works, don't break it, you know? Just make sure that you're adding enough new stuff that makes it an interesting new experience. And the fact that it's third person and a cover shooter makes it very, very, very different. The fact that it has, like, difficulty is super different from Destiny as well, because Destiny is, like, very low difficulty most of the time, because you're like this insane space wizard just mowing down everything in your path all the time.
Yeah. God, like, weren't you like a hero or something?
Yeah, like I said, space wizard.
I like it. It's one of the games where I see the looting system actually not shit.
Yeah, it has very good loot. But that's because there's a lot of interesting and unique gun types. Like, oh my god. Why was I not healing? I was pumping that guy full of damage. There's a lot of gun types in Destiny. Like, buttloads of them. That's a big difference between a lot of games that fail at looting. They don't have enough gun types to keep it interesting. Like, off the top of my head, I don't even think I can name all of them. There's probably 30 gun types, and even then, each of those gun types have, like, different types even within that type, like subcategories. Like, it might be a single-shot scout rifle, but is it like a heavy stock scout rifle, or like a marksman scout rifle, or one that has like a full auto capability? And then you get to the exotics, where it's like super unique stuff, where like the gun type doesn't even matter because it's so unique it doesn't even fit into a category anymore. Man, I do not suggest shooting the gun when you're not aiming, because sensitivity just makes you go crazy. the boss down there? I mean, I like the difficulties thus far, but I have it automatically setting to the highest difficulty I can do. Like, every time you level up, you seem to unlock a higher difficulty rating, which gives you better loot or something. I'm not exactly sure how it all works. But I have it set to automatically turn up the difficulty every level. But I'm liking the feel of the difficulty, like I'm actually having to think and work at it. Which is what I want out of a game. I don't want it to be too easy, otherwise it gets boring. It's a combat shotgun? Now that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I need for these guys. Shotgun machine gun. World Tier 5 unlocked. Nice. Difficulty just went up, bitches. Yeah, what can I unlock with this? Increase your weapon damage, increase your max health. I'll take that. Increase your resistance. Gadget cooldowns. Okay. Okay, what is this? Something? I will say this game isn't very great at telling you where the loot is. Like, it hides chests in the corners a lot. So, like, if you're not looking around, you're gonna miss, like, half of the loot.
Yeah.
Luckily,
That's a good thing, though. You don't want it always to be too easy.
I mean... Wait, what is this? Double gun. What's a double gun? Oh. Okay. It's just like another machine gun. What did I find? I do not know what I just found. I was supposed to be looking for some kind of guy. Supposed to go back here? There was a branching path? When did I go down a branching path? Oh, this was a branching path? Oh. That's interesting. Ah,
There's
the
some
lore
notes here.
butterflies. I love finding the lore butterflies. See, like, this is like a weird secret back tunnel that I just found. Would not have found that normally. Ammo. Loot.
I really love the map. It's so good.
What, this?
Yeah,
Looks,
the view.
it looks pretty cool.
Shit.
Doesn't look
I
as
get-
good as Monster Hunter, but
I get Fire Force vibes from it. The little canyon in the distance. My nephew came over today. I haven't seen him in 4 years or so. Yeah, we just hung out. It was nice to fucking communicate with him since I kind of feel like I'm messing up on his like growing up. I've always sort of been adamant about like, wow, start now. You don't care enough, or how can you care now? But I guess it doesn't really make sense if I've never really been trying to communicate with him before. I can't claim to care about him that much now. So it's nice that I can start.
well, that's not entirely fair because, like, you don't, like, people go through stuff. Like, they have their own lives. There were points in like I know, for example, there were points in my life where my mom could not give me the love that she wanted to give me because she was going through so much trauma from her life that she had to handle that. She if she had tried to do more, then she would have ruined both of our lives at the point. You know, she was so hurt and angry from her past that she couldn't be the perfect mom. You know?
Yeah, that's why I don't really like that. It doesn't really make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Son of a...
What do you... What?
Well, if you want to argue about it, then, like, give me a differing, like, reasoning for why it doesn't make sense.
Because it's not fair for me to say that stuff. I don't know how to explain it.
You don't think that you've been through, like, some shit that made it really hard for you to be a perfect uncle to the kid?
No, I was just saying that, like, I shouldn't say that they don't deserve to be in your life if they didn't try before. I said, like, it's not fair for me to make that sort of judgment.
Oh, well, it sounded like what you were saying was, like, you feel like you have to make an effort now to be in his life because otherwise he'll just say that you didn't love me then, so why do you care for me now?
No, I was trying to say that, like, it doesn't really make sense for me to claim all that I care and then not have tried. Doesn't make sense to me. So I actually want to try it.
Right, but, like, say, for example, you went through some really rough stuff for a couple years, right? Not gonna put any names on it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you were, like, so traumatized by that experience, you really couldn't hang out or be like a good uncle for a couple years. Does that mean that you can never come back? Like, is you wanting to come back and be a good uncle now not valid because of those 2 years where you went through something?
No, no, I no, I think that's definitely okay. That's what I was just trying to say. I don't think it's fair for me to make that sort of like judge. Like it's pretty hypocritical if I say that, because like that's kind of exactly why I didn't, you know. That's exactly why I didn't reach out to him for those reasons.
Right, because, you know, not that you were or not, but you might have lashed out or, like, been a dick, and that could have, like, hurt his development or something, you know?
Yeah, that's why I thought it's better to, you know, me not to be in his life at that moment. I didn't thought I'd be good for his life.
Did he say something like, why do you care now or something?
No, but like I feel that way in my heart. Like I feel like I wasn't good for him, so I didn't want to be around him. I mean, 'cause there's a lot of things I did that made me feel upset with myself. Like last time I saw him, I was dating, and he was staying the night, and I ignored him and just spoke to my girlfriend the whole night on my phone while he just waited for me to be free every second he could get out of me. But talking to him, I would just, you know, ignore him because my girlfriend was more important.
Well, I'm not giving you an excuse for that, but, like...
No, yeah, I was just saying that, like, I just want to make up for that, because I did that. I told you, I've done that with my family. I ignored my family to pay attention to my girlfriend time.
Well, that is something that is sort of a fallacy, you know? You can't
What do we have
make up
here?
for lost time. That's not really possible.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But what
yeah,
you can do is just set a precedence for what... Like, let me say this.
You might not be able to make up for it, but you could correct. You know, the sort of... Yeah.
But it's also that you should not do more than what you're capable of consistently doing. Does that make sense? Like, don't shower them in gifts that you can't always afford to give them. Don't like hang out all the time because you have time even though you normally wouldn't have this amount of time. Does that make sense? Because if you do that, you're setting a precedence. Like, say you gave them a laptop, right? Because you just won the lottery. Right? Then the next Christmas, when you don't give them a laptop, they're gonna feel gypped, like you don't love them because you gave them a laptop last time. Why is now any different? Have they done something wrong? You know? And then because kids don't always do the full, like, they can't
I
think
see the radio tower. No
that,
sign of Zahidi.
I don't know how to explain it. They don't see other people as valid yet. They don't take into consideration other people's feelings and lives. They only care about their own. It's not because they're selfish.
Looks like some old reports.
No, I should also, for reference, so you understand it just a little better. Maybe I didn't explain something correctly. He's 24 now. Yeah, but pretty much, I wasn't in his life. Like, I never went to his graduation. You know, again, I remember specifically being invited, but instead of going, I was like, yeah, no, I'd rather hang out with my girlfriend tonight. And that night, instead of going to LA and his graduation, I stayed home to talk to her. I remember that. And, like, I just cringe when I think about that. It's like, oh, well. I mean, I get it. Like, there's things that, like, maybe I wasn't good for, and I couldn't be in their life, but there's moments where it genuinely was my fault. It's not it's a lack of caring and effort. So those are the times I kind of blame myself.
Well, I think you're putting a little too much blame on yourself because at the time you were in a
relationship.
No, you were in a not healthy at all relationship.
Yeah.
You were in a codependent, you know, very unhealthy relationship, so you felt like you had to.
Will you die if you jump down there?
No, it's an invisible wall. It won't let me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were looking down there, and I was curious.
No, yeah, it's an invisible wall. But yeah, you shouldn't. I don't know, man. I think people gotta learn to be more forgiving to themselves because you're not living your true life if you're always thinking like that. Like if you're always saying like I wasn't good enough in the past and so
Awfully quiet here.
I need to make up for it in the future, or you know, this, that, or you're not giving yourself excuses for where you were at, you just have to let that go and say, you know what? I'm at where I'm at now. And that's all I can handle. That's all I can deal with because that's where I'm at now. So now I can be a good uncle. I can be a good friend. I can be, you know, whatever, because I have the capability now. You know, if you were a dick yesterday and then you don't apologize the next day when you realize you were a dick, then you're being an asshole. But if you're just not capable of being the friend that you want to be at the time, you're just not capable of it. And that's no one's fault. That's just what you're capable of. You gotta be realistic about what you can and can't do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're probably right. I just have to learn how to do that, how to just let go.
And it's not just about letting go, but it's about not viewing the future only through a lens of the past. And you have to be realistic about the past. A lot of people, you know, they're not very realistic about what the past really was. Oh my god, what the fuck is this guy doing?
What the fuck is that?
Jesus Christ.
I think you're gonna die by those things. Spanish.
Get back. Like, this game is weird. It's a cover shooter, right? Where you're supposed to duck and hide behind cover. But the only way to stay alive is by being really aggressive.
Yeah.
So it's kind of contradictory. The game makes you think that you want to duck and cover and then only shoot when you can. But if you do that, you're gonna die because the only way that you heal is by killing other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can see you just smashing his health while he's smashing yours. But you're still getting back.
Ah, fuck, how did he heal? Piece of shit. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to take cover. Get him, boy. Fuck, he keeps healing himself. What a dick. Oh, he's doing the thing. Stop. No, I don't want any. Yes, he's dead. Oh my god, don't die, please. Oh. Roll! Tuck and roll! Hey, did I tell you that I got a voice acting gig?
Seriously?
I mean, it's really like a... just like this guy's like own project, and he's not paying me, but it will give me something to like put on a resume maybe? Or like what they'd call a demo.
Yeah.
Like, because he's gonna clean up the audio and actually use it in like this little little game he's making.
Yeah. It sounds really cool.
It was only like 5 minutes total of lines, so it's not much at all, but I mean, it's something, and he really liked it. He said that I was way better than a lot of the other people that were voicing for it. Were just like friends and family and stuff. Said I was a really good actor.
Yeah, that's freaking cool.
I mean, he was just in this like Discord group, and I was talking about wanting to be a voice actor, but I didn't know how to like get into it, and he said that, you know, he's directed voice acting stuff before, and he's done voice acting, and so he would give me some tips if I could voice in his little project, and in return he would like critique me and like give me tips and stuff and feedback, which is really important. Like, feedback is everything.
Yeah.
Get back! I'll kill him!
It's crazy.
Not a step closer, I swear!
It's really cool.
Rip him open! Get back!
This man's gonna bleed out. Who are you?
Well, I really
Sure,
hope it all
Goodman sent
goes
me to
well
find
for you.
Thought you might want to see this.
That's a frequency. What the? Where did you get? Jane! You're hurt!
It's nothing, Doc. Tell me the briefcase is safe.
No, the truck is gone. Wait, no, hold on. Hey, listen to me. I might be able to stop the bleeding, but you have to tell me where your people took my truck. I will save your life.
Promise?
Yes.
Go down, past river.
All right, Doc, move back.
Wait, no. I just gave this man my word.
We can't leave him alive. He knows too much.
No, he doesn't have to die. We already have what we want. James! No!
Get her up. I'm taking her back to my truck.
No! You have to find the Doc's truck. It's more important than me. You have no idea.
There's a briefcase under the oil tank. Bring it back safe.
Oh, I hope she survived. She was the only nice hot girl in the game.
Hold on, Jane. Hold on. Stay with
Jesus.
me, okay? Stay with me. Damn it.
I hate it when the hot ones die, you know? It's like that show Hot Ones, you know?
A show with hot question and even hotter wings.
Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't mean to drop those. Oops. I meant to... It has this weird thing where I have to... How do I mark it? There, mark. 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 So you get a lot of loot and your inventory fills up really fast, and then you have to scrap it. I don't even know what these materials are for yet, but I'm getting them, and that's gotta be a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, scraps is never really a bad thing. It usually leads to better stuff or like upgrades.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that in a game like this, it's not going to be what is this? Blighted rounds. Fill your current weapons magazine with decay-infused bullets that inflict toxic into enemies. Enemies with the small radius of the main target also receive toxic and 50% of damage. This skill lasts until you reload or switch weapons. Okay. Is that better than anything that I have? Yeah.
The cable car will take you down to the slums. It's the quickest route to the river. The truck should be on the other side. Okay, come on,
Don't you quit on me. This game's got pretty good cinematics actually, but it's... I can't help but feel that it's a little bit frantic and rushed. Maybe it's just how the game started, because it like introduced you to a shit ton of characters and lore and stuff, and then it threw it all away and did a time skip into the future.
Hey, Jakob.
You know what I
think
mean?
I found some of those mutated snaggletooth fuckers.
Yep.
So I feel like it's
And now you're
frantic
really
and I can't keep up with the lore or characters.
is the least of it.
Notes. Interesting.
There's also these like hidden nodes of like iron and shit that you can gather, but it doesn't show you that they're there at all unless you notice the very,
That
very
tree.
slight blue glow.
This is where I woke up.
I like the graphics.
I think it's because you play on an old graphics card. But if I were to show you, say, like for how new this game is, it doesn't have good graphics.
Well, not the UI.
No, I mean in general. This is the high. This is ultra. This is as high as the graphics can go. And Monster Hunter has way better graphics than this.
Yeah, it might be my graphics card.
Because, like, if I were to show you what Monster Hunter looks when I run it, your jaw would drop, because it looks way better than this. And for how new this game is, that shouldn't be the case. It should have better graphics. Because Monster Hunter came out, like, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah, 2018.
No, it came out in, like, 2016.
World?
Yeah.
No, 18.
Can you look that up?
Yeah, I will.
Because I could have swore I played it with my ex, and I broke up with my ex in, like, 2017.
January 26th.
Man, time has no meaning anymore.
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't know if it's COVID or me getting older, but it just like, nothing makes goddamn sense anymore.
Wait, Iceborne came out in 19? What does that mean? There hasn't been any DLC?
What?
Iceborne came out in 2019, so that means there hasn't been any new DLC?
No. They're working on the sequel.
For Monster Hunter World?
Yeah.
Why would they do that? The game looks great. Like,
Well, like, it's, like Monster Hunter when it was on the because it was always a portables game. Like all of the Monster Hunter games were on whatchamacallit, PlayStation Portable and the Vita and Nintendo, stuff
Yeah.
like that. So Monster Hunter World was the first time that it ever came to PC and large consoles. And at the same time that Monster Hunter World was being made, Monster Hunter Rise was being made, but it took them a lot longer to finish it. I kinda like doing these things.
well, I hope they use the same. 'Cause
There's not going to be another DLC for World though.
Yeah,
like-
but I just hope the engine, because like the graphics and everything are great.
Yeah.
Like, I
You know,
hope they
there's also
recycle.
a free DLC for Monster Hunter World that is the 4K textures, and you might not have downloaded that as well. You know, if this, like, toxic... Dude, this is a sign of a good game. Like, when the mechanics, like, give you ideas for builds. Like, this toxic ability, right? It lasts all the way up until I reload. But I'm using an LMG that has a gigantic magazine. So it'll last a really fucking long time as long as I don't reload this gun.
Oop, stream's cutting.
What?
Stream lag. Stream lag. Stream's frozen. Oh, there you go.
There's some notes here.
I don't know what caused that.
Some weird buffering thing.
But look. The toxic thing is still going on.
That's cool.
Because I haven't reloaded the clip. Because it's a gigantic ass LMG clip. That's cool. I like how that like plays into what gun you're using. So you could like have a build. I could totally see like you could have a build based around what guns and what abilities you have
How's Jane doing?
hooked in,
She's
you
barely
know?
hanging on.
Yeah.
I'm doing what I can, but she'll make it. She has to.
I don't think she's gonna make it.
You know, I think I decided the book that I've been writing, I want to make it sort of like they do with a light novel. Like the difference between a manga and a light novel is a manga is like a comic book version of pictures. Where the words, story. You tell the story by like the feelings and emotions you get from the characters' faces and stuff like that. More like than the words. But like,
So what?
I like. Huh?
But all a light novel is a short novel. So
Oh,
like, if you were to do that, you could just sell it on Amazon like John's books, because that's what John wrote. All of his books are like short novels.
No, but like I meant Japanese light novels, which are like entire like
But you're
bigger
not,
than movies.
You can't write a Japanese style light novel because you're not Japanese. It's gonna be called a novel. It's the same thing.
No, I know. I haven't even gotten to my point. The part that I wanted to take out of that out of the light novel wasn't even the length. It was the fact that most, if not like all light novels I've ever read, every like 20 pictures, well, every 20 pages there's a picture describing a scene. So it's like almost if it's not enough for words to describe, they have to have like, you know, an art of it. It's usually colored, and I kind of wanted to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of like chapter art for longer chapter books.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if it's every chapter. I honestly haven't noticed if there's a trend or not.
Well,
I just know.
It's not like that standard for Western books. Like, it's not like every single book has chapter art. Some books have chapter art that just kind of has like a single feeling or like a symbol. But then
that's on the Western side a lot, I can tell.
A lot of the young adult novels though will have like a scene. Like one of the original Harry Potter books had that, or at least the edition that I read had the, like, you saw him flying on his broomstick through the sky, because in this chapter it was the first chapter he ever got on a broom, you know.
Yeah.
But then a really good book that did it was The Last Apprentice series that I've been reading right now. That one did it really well because It has really, really good front and back cover art too, where it shows like the scariest scene in the book, because it's like young adult pseudo horror.
Yeah.
Oh damn! This is a good ability when you're using an SMG or an LMG.
You just fucking mowed him down.
Yeah, but did you see how far away the toxicity hit?
Yeah.
Like, they were way back here, and he was right in front of me, and they were getting poisoned from me shooting him.
So cool. Yeah, I don't know if I want it, because it's like, the way you go about it kind of will either make or break it. But I also believe it's like, you should do what makes you happy, not so much the reader. And I haven't decided whether I'm gonna do it on very, very important scenes, or just when I want to get an image across, and I feel like the reader wouldn't like have the imagination that I want for it. So that might end up being more of a couple times a chapter rather than once a chapter thing.
Well,
Journal.
It really is never the reader's fault. In terms of that,
yeah,
it's always the
describing
writer.
A scene.
Yeah, it's always the writer who isn't good enough at describing a scene.
Yeah. I've just like I feel like I've read a lot of novels, even good ones that I really like. That are like, damn, I wish I could. I feel like I'm missing something from it. Like I'm missing information, and a picture would have been nice.
Well, that's also because, I mean, in all honesty, you're kind of reading the wrong novels in a weird way. Because, I don't know, that's a weird way to say it. What I mean to say is that when
you think it has something to do with like unfair expectations?
No, it has to do with your culture. You're reading another culture's books. And so they're not written with your cultural history in mind. You don't, like, say for example, if I were to say, you hear the sound of an ice cream truck trundling down the street. You know exactly what I mean, right?
Yeah, exactly to the letter.
Right. But if someone in Japan were to read that, they would have no fucking idea what I mean.
Yeah.
So
well,
if you're
I think
reading
you
Japanese,
really explained something in a very well manner. Really got that. I said you explained that in a very good manner because I genuinely know what you're talking about.
Right, exactly. But there are things that are culturally inherent that, you know, a culture doesn't need to explain. I don't need to tell you about its, you know, dime store tinkly music. You know, I don't need to explain that to you at all because you can hear it in your head. And they have the same sort of things. Like, for example, one that I learned of yesterday that was really cool was that, do you know in anime how whenever a hero is feeling dejected or hopeless, they always have them going out and looking out at the ocean?
Yeah.
That's a cultural language thing based on Japanese culture because they're an island nation. And when people always felt trapped in their lives in Japan because of how restrictive that was. And so when they are showing a character looking out over the ocean, it's supposed to read as a really depressed, suicidal almost thing. Because if they are considering going out over the ocean to run away from their problems, it's probably going to kill them. Meanwhile, that same scene in a Western audience reads as a hopeful start of a new adventure type thing. Because when Western characters look out over the ocean, it's always because they're about to start on a brand new, wondrous adventure, you know?
That actually makes sense. Yeah, I get what you mean.
So it reads entirely differently. So your inability to, like, picture certain things when you read, you know, light novels is more than likely because you're reading a Japanese light novel or a Korean light novel that isn't meant for you.
And that bothers me so much. It really does. Because I really, really wish I could be that light novel reader You know, I wish that with all my heart that I could just be like, oh yeah, how many light novels have you read, Dave? Oh yeah, what, 120 this year alone? I wish that could be me, because there's so many good things I'm missing. I have this ignorant sort of, well, is there an anime version of it?
Well, like, but that's the thing, because animes, they show you in a visual manner the exact same thing, which you might not understand, because if they say in a light novel, you know, the scent of the cherry blossoms in the air, you have no idea what that fucking means, because cherry blossoms don't grow around here.
Yeah.
But then the problem is that you're limiting yourself. You have this expectation that light novels are where it's at, that they are the best, you know, bang for your buck, you personally, in terms of fantasy or romance or whatever, when in reality, there are just as many, if not more, written in America that are just as good, that you wouldn't have the same limitations.
I sort of get what you mean. But like,
what I'm saying is, why are Japanese light novels or manga better? Especially when you have the limitations of them not written for you.
I don't necessarily think it's objectively better. I like the way that Japanese people go about explaining certain things, and you already know that my favorite kind of anime are like romance, slice of life stuff.
Well, when it comes down to it, what it really is, if you're being honest, is that you romanticize and elevate Japanese culture.
Yeah, mostly.
You're a weeb, honestly.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, there is, like, I'm the same sort of way when it comes to, you know, maybe medieval stuff or something. You know, I have that same sort of love for westernized fantasy, because it just is what my imagination comes to. Whatever, you know? But I think the problem is, I think you're setting yourself up for failure if you try to write a light novel. That's my worry, let's say.
Well, I like I said, I don't know exactly, but I do know that I do want to commission artists for specific scenes. Like, for example, if the two main characters are holding each other after like some sort of serious moment, I do want to show that in the way that I feel that I see them doing, you know?
Right. Well, for one thing, it's because you're not the one drawing it, it's never going to be exactly what you see in your head.
Yeah. That's
You'll need to come to terms with that on your own, or find a, you know, really, really good artist that can iterate and iterate and iterate, and hopefully they'll get close one day.
Yeah. I don't know how specific I'll be, but I'll know that like I'll share them the way I want them to be holding each other, and like the expressions. I think that's the extent that I can offer. Beyond that, it's like you said, it's definitely the artist that's gonna have to figure that out on his own.
Well, I don't think that. You have to be the last word on that. You have to not accept the final product if it isn't
how I deem.
If it's not exactly expressing what you want. It's not about art style. Like, it could be the shittiest stick figure, and it could perfectly encapsulate what you want it to, you know? Or it could be the greatest, like, real-to-life, hand-drawn charcoal drawing, and completely be wrong.
That's true.
But you have to be willing to say no and communicate that and stuff. But I just mean that if you sell it as a light novel,
Looks like some old
and
reports.
you sell it to the people that want it to be a Japanese short story, they're going to be disappointed. Because you're just never going to write in the same way that a Japanese person would. Because you just don't have the same cultural language.
Yeah.
Like, there are words that they say and ways that they communicate.
Mannerisms. Yeah.
Yeah, like, for them, lying is completely okay if it is, if it's something that you were told to do by a higher up, for example. But here in the States, like, Superman might have a gun to his head full of kryptonite bullets and he won't lie, because for us, lying is like a penultimate, like, sign of virtue. Like, if someone can tell the truth no matter what, then you know that they're a good person,
Yeah. That was a good example. You just don't miss tonight, do you?
Oh, I never do.
No, I mean specifically tonight. You're explaining shit pretty fucking good. Normally I feel like there's a lot of lost in translation shit.
Well, maybe it's that you're really up to listening and you're thinking about it really well or something.
Which is weird because I feel tired as shit and want to go to sleep.
Well, maybe you're not thinking as much.
Oh yeah. I have to be like this all the time.
Maybe the problem is that you're thinking so much when we're trying to communicate that you don't actually hear what I'm putting down,
Could be. Well, I got a lot of shit that I now know that I have to do. When I feel like that's gonna be tough when I commission this artist. I feel like it's gonna be pretty expensive, and I hope I'm not like Hi! Hi, puppy! I just saw it on stream.
Tampy. Well, I think when it comes down to it, dude, you need to settle down. You have way too many what-if plans, like, oh, I want it to do this and I want it to do that, but you don't even know what it is yet.
Yeah, you're right. I have to finish the book before I do the commissions. Otherwise...
You might not need it at all. You might not need any art at all, and you only need, like, cover art and back cover art and, like, simple arts for each chapter, like a Western book. That might be all you need. Or there might be certain places where you know that you really want this to be visual because you didn't quite get the words right or something,
Have you ever seen Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Do you remember that scene in the movie where Katniss is holding Primrose's dead body?
Uh-huh.
I feel like that was a pretty big F for like that, like stuff like that. I feel like you could have drawn that in a book. Like I think that's a little bit of an issue I have with Americans and the way they write
Make me
books.
dig my own grave.
Everyone's always told me that, oh, maybe your imagination's not that good, but it's like, yeah, but like, isn't it better if you sort of convey like the message you mean to say, so it doesn't like, because then I don't know.
But who's
maybe
to
that's...
say what they mean to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you're gonna say that, because that's what everyone's argument is. Well, maybe the point of it is everybody adapts their own method. So what does it mean to you?
The satellite.
The last satellite.
Most people, when they read books,
So,
they
that's what you were looking for.
they
when
have
you
like
found
this
me?
sort of. I know for me,
And
anyways,
it
I have
still
this
works?
video running in my head. That's just how my imagination works,
new
and it's
metal.
more about their voices,
It
anyways, for me. Like I
It's never been
read
opened,
books
so
like
the
I'm
electronics inside
like
have been
someone's
safe from the
talking in my
goddamn
head
anomaly.
to me.
So, what does it connect to?
Sorry, there's a cutscene going on.
Yeah, I shouldn't be talking.
The Flores. I thought it was all disassembled for the colonization.
Mostly. But we lost contact towards the end. Half of the resources we were meant to have are still up there. They're trapped in the supply pods. Seeds, electronics, hard drives full of data, all out of reach.
We could rebuild civilization with those resources, but they're useless to us unless we can find a place beyond the storms. No, it might sound like a dream, but for those of us that believed, it kept us going.
If this dude is the last scientist, then he needs to like shut the fuck up, be back at base and training people.
She wants what's inside those pods.
Not out here in the field doing stupid
So, what do we do now?
Your frequency.
death mission.
I can use it to locate the source of the signal. I need to reach an antenna up high somewhere.
You got one in mind?
Yeah. Eagle Peaks. But,
What's up, fellow drainer? I can't even say what your name is. It's just a jumble of letters.
I told you.
Idif Piliminan.
Everyone who goes on the stupid mission ends up dead.
Call me Blade. Sounds good. Thanks, Blade. I do like to drain them of their main veins. Yeah, I've never played it before, so I don't really know what you mean by drainer, but I saw that this class gets life back per damage done, which is usually the best. I don't have to kill them, I just have to do damage. Oh, now I can craft shit. And sell shit. Cool.
Zahedi's truck is in bad condition. I've scavenged all the useful equipment. Doc will have to ride with us.
I like this jacket I got. That's kind of cool.
if you ever find a moment, I would like to hear more about your fellow outriders. I was just a kid when they were all rounded up and driven off. Outrider. What can I do for you?
Need to upgrade my gear.
The,
Sorry, lore dump, everybody. Settle
Can you
down.
explain it?
Well, short answer, no. They call it an anomaly because it can't be explained. It defies all known physics.
That's
it seems
not
to be
true.
some fundamental force of this planet's nature, electromagnetic and gravitational. But it's also a kind of weather system that obeys rules and can even be forecast. Sometimes it shines, sometimes it rains. Mostly rains. I have theories, but the scientific method depends on observation, hypothesis, experimentation, and finally...
I'm gonna head out.
The problem is...
I'm gonna go take a shower and
I have no
go to bed, because, I'm gonna work tomorrow as early as I can.
Okay. And what's this new job that you were getting something with?
Some city thing.
Okay.
Working for a school. Hopefully it all works out.
Blade says good night.
Good man, Blade. Hope you have a good day, night, wherever you are.
Nice.
See you, man.
Okay, good night, man. Talk to you later. I will say this about this anomaly. It's not completely, from what I've seen, unscientific. I know a lot about science. Spent 10 years in college. And what it definitely showed ferrofluid, that black stuff was ferrofluid. I don't know if it also has biobes in it. Because, like, our ferrofluid is based on, like, motor oil mixed with a lot of iron, right? So, if their ferrofluid just uses, like, a biological medium instead of oil, which is a biological medium, but anyways. And then it has a huge amount of ferrofluid below the surface, which would increase magnetism. If it has a rotating core, then the magnetic field would be super concentrated around these flowing underground rivers of ferrofluid, causing all kind of anomalies. Because you have the diamagneticism of the ferrofluid, which is causing gravity. That's why it spikes up. It's literally being pushed away from the Earth because of the magnetism opposite polarity. So therefore, that would explain the gravitational anomalies because of all the iron in the soil. Now, the mutation is purely just fantasy, but still.
Why didn't we know about the anomaly before we landed? I mean, surely it must have shown up on the surveys.
I assure you, this is not the world we were promised. Every report that came back to Earth told the same story. They had found the Garden of Eden, not some world that would be trying to kill us in every conceivable way. We would have stayed on Earth for that.
So what the fuck happened?
I don't know. My dad, he knew this planet backwards and forwards. He was on the Science Council that chose this world. Obviously, something happened during the 67 years we were asleep in hyperspace. Something changed this planet.
Now that's a very unscientific thing. You never assume that something changed. You always assume that whatever is has always been. Because you can't temporally tell that sort of bullshit. Like, for example, when we find background radiation in the universe, we always say, oh, it must have always been like that. So, how do we explain it?
Tell me, Dr. Zahidi.
Careful. That's the very last satellite uplink on Enoch. You don't know how long it took me to find it.
And it has a VGA port. Wow.
How did you even know to look for it?
My father. I found reference to it in his notes. After we landed, he was out here looking for a signal. Long before we were. He was the first one to send expeditions. And back then, I was just a kid.
You came to Enoch as a child?
Hmm.
Not many kids were on board the Flores.
My father, being who he was, had the luxury of bringing his family.
I've been wondering, is it possible there are other outriders still in cryo?
Well, it's entirely possible. Jane and I... We weren't expecting to find your team, and with insurgents closing in, we didn't have time to look for anyone else. I don't have to tell you how dangerous the first city is, but... I'd want to be the first to know what you find.
I'm curious too. I'll go check it out.
If you were to find other outriders had survived, perhaps our mission won't seem so impossible. Just because you haven't found any other outriders yet, that doesn't mean they're not still out there.
Usually upgrading the gear you have in this game this early on is usually a bad idea, because you just waste a bunch of resources.
The cryopod I found you in was in an old medical lab near the river. You should start searching there.
Alfred McCallan. Please be Scottish.
Are you lost, old man?
Are we all?
Aww.
What are you doing here? This place isn't safe.
What do you see when you look at this shattered city? I see my own story in every street. I lived here through every crisis, every revolt and riot, till they tore it away from us.
Afraid I missed all that.
We lost Earth. Soon we'll lose this planet. We lose everything in the end. Maybe that's how it has to be. I left some things in my old hut. Valuable things. I couldn't survive a minute on my own. But I'd show you where they're hidden if you would open the way. Just like to go home once more.
Stay here. I'll handle it.
Please, find an old man's... My old home's near the radio tower overlooking the city.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Hey, old
side
man.
quests.
What was this place like back in the beginning?
Oh, it was miracles daily. Industrial printers constructing anything we needed from Enoch's raw materials. In a flash, we were building a city on an alien planet. Until the storms came.
You saw the first storm?
Oh yes, lights on the horizon, machines going wrong. The entire city went black. Just bolts of lightning, and I could see people lifted into the air, trees shredded, fires everywhere. Whatever hope for Enoch we had, it was gone in a breath.
What happened after the engine blew?
No electronics, and the sleepers getting woke in thousands an hour when they tried to keep us calm. But there was no food, no medicine, nowhere to hide from the storms. ECA closed the gates and left us all to rot. And we would have too, if not for the altered. I never wanted to be an insurgent. I just wanted what my family had been promised.
So this guy's an insurgent, huh? That didn't bode well. No place like home for the holidays.
Place is crawling with insurgents. I need to clear them out.
I need to clear them out. I wonder if she was Irish. Voice actress. Good lordy Lou. off on these shotguns is terrible. Goodness gracious. I need to swap out that ability. It's terrible with these low clip weapons. Skill. What is this? Tool destruction. Present to equip a rocket launcher that can interrupt enemies and deals. Oh, hell yeah. That's much better. Sick. I like that one. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Oh, bucko.
Try to keep moving.
Damn it. Ah! I will not turn the difficulty down. This world shall be my bitch. I'm stuck. Help. His ass is grass. Aw, you bitch. Such a bad streamer. I always shut the fuck up when I'm so focused, man. I am excited. I'm really only starting to get practice so that I can learn how to stream before Elden Ring comes out, because then I'm gonna be like online for 24 hours straight. I'm so beyond excited for Elden Ring. I'm like hype paralysis. Shots create a fusion blast, dealing 32 damage within a 5-meter radius. Nice. Wait. Oh, it's one of those auto shotguns. I like those. Hold up. There was a something over here. There was an Unterplace. Yes, this Unterplace. Give me mine unter resources. I must have them. Mine unter resources. From the Unterlands. No, Tempe. Go lay down. Tempe girl. Go lay down. It's not bedtime. Okay, Mr. McKellen. What's next?
I've cleared the way to your hut. Container 99. But
Thank you. Please wait for me there.
Nah. You're gonna go inside and you're gonna, like, eat some gem of, like, superpower and then you're gonna come out and kick my ass. So I'm just gonna not wait. Can I actually wait?
notes. Interesting.
Is he gonna get mad that I went in without him here? I hope so. Thief.
What happened here? Whose graves are those?
Sarah. Elodie. Michelle. It wasn't their fault. I was picked as a community leader to distribute food. I admit I kept some for ourselves, for my girls. Was I supposed to watch them starve? I traded for favors. Seemed harmless enough. I only took food. But they took everything from me.
Oh. But you told me you had...
Nothing of value here for me but my memories. Take it all. Then go, please. I'll stay here a little longer.
Glove seems cool. Next side quest.
Hey, Zahidi. Why did no one else think to wake the outriders up for 30 years?
Well, after what happened to you in the forest, they told us they were trying to find a cure. But they never did.
But if there's no cure, how'd you know it wouldn't kill me when you opened my pod?
I didn't. I'm sorry. I was only concerned with finding the uplink.
Sure. Got it. Priorities.
That doesn't sound right. You don't, like, do the whole, like, wake up procedure for somebody and, like, not at all be interested in waking them up. Like, that would have taken time hacking, you know, like the clickety-clack of a scientist on a keyboard to wake someone up. They don't just like, oh, someone's nearby, I better wake up now. Press X to doubt, folks. Did I go the wrong way? Great. Already found gloves that are better. That's perfect. I love useless resources. It really motivates me to, like, you know, do more of these side quests. Oh, this way. Give me a second. I need to check on something. My print is going pretty well. That looks cool. Printing a thing called an orbital vase. It's got these like tentacles that go around the base. It's pretty cool. Okay.
Some writing here.
Reach the B2 facility on the other side of the river. It's not really explaining to me very much what I just got. I don't like having to click onto a menu and then like read a couple of paragraphs.
I found a
to get the
transfer
story.
order that says ECA moved most of the cryopods to a different location. Some B2 facility.
Better loot stuff. I mean, break stuff down. It's definitely accelerating the loot really fast. Like, the numbers are going up pretty quick. I wonder how high the numbers are actually gonna get in this game. If they're already pushing like 400s. Hey, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. this back in place here. I'm back, just a second. Okay. So we're looking for other people like me, right?
Here. Looks like B2 is the big pod across the bridge. Should be on your left.
What's the quickest way there?
Try following the city walls. They'll lead you close to the facility.
Man, my back hurts. I think it's not too bad right now, but it's just really stiff. Into the boglands. I like the armor I got right now. You guys like seeing my fingers going all the time? Probably not, right? I don't know. Hey, Nimros, get out of there. Hey! It's my dog. Well, one of my two dogs. She likes tearing up garbage, so she sneaks stuff out of my trash behind me and scarfs it. Not scarfs it, she doesn't eat garbage, but she just tears it up. Doing that cute puppo thing where they roar like that. Using that machine shotgun. Get wrecked, scrub! Yeah, I don't mind that so much. So have we figured out if these are like human zombie mutants of the people that like got absorbed, or are these like actual just normal alien monsters? Okay, I need to go back here because I thinking I'm missing some stuff and things probably. Right? I promise something back here. I promise something back here. Hey, Nimros. Knock it off. Hey, Nimros, no. Nimros. No. Go lay down. She's feeling antsy because she hasn't gotten to my parents' dog. They haven't been able to get out and play very much because my parents' dog has had a very bad habit this last couple weeks of getting out and trying to run around the neighborhood. Almost got hit by a car. So now they can't be out together for very long because we can't guarantee that that dog isn't going to get out. She's a little fluffy husky who finds it way too easy to get in and out of our old fence. It's not really our fence, it's the neighbor's fence, but still. Right into that. That's better. Loot! Nice. Okay, no minigun for me. Ammo. You know, it's these weird, like, other powers that I have, like, not the abilities that I choose, but I mean, like, the random force, like, you know, push and pulling things towards me sort of powers. They haven't really explained that much, have they? Like, not much at all, really. Like, what can't use that? Like, could I not use that as like a big force push sort of power where I push these guys like a big area thing? That might be kind of nice. Also, can anyone let me know, like, is this game kind of like old Destiny, where it just increases based on whatever you have equipped? Or is it like current Destiny, where it's like, whatever the best thing that you own, it always steps up off of that, so it doesn't matter what you have equipped? Because, like, right now, that minigun is not the best, but it would be way better for this situation than this rifle. But the rifle is like way stronger, like has better pointage. So I usually err on the side of equipping a better one. Oh my god, it doesn't even kill me in one hit? That a pistol? Yes, sir. I should use my pistols more. Pistol very good against these guys. I like that. Oh, man.
What do we have here?
Another one, huh?
I'm inside. I'll look for the cryopods.
This doesn't bode well, huh?
I found Skarstead.
What are you talking about? He's alive?
No. ECA turned him into a terrarium.
Oh, come on! Skarstead? Damn it. I fought with that bastard in Baghdad and Caracas. He never gave up. He was supposed to end his tour of duty on his feet.
They all were.
That guy is not very rotten, let's say. Like, that would have happened recently. Last couple weeks to months tops for him to still look decently pristine. Okay, I want to read this fungus
Tahiti.
thing.
The ECA was experimenting on us. Did you know?
No, I didn't, I swear. But the outriders were patient zero. It makes sense they would study you to save others.
And kill half of us off in the process? That is fucked up.
Nimros, stop tearing up those boxes. No. Bad girl. No. No. Stop it, Tempe. I'm talking to Nimros. Hey! No. You're not gonna get in the habit of tearing up boxes again. Yeah, I'm watching you. But it didn't seem like it was that virulent or anything. We didn't see a lot of people, like, dying. So why this side story about this black fungus? That really is ferrofluid, obviously, but still.
Sometimes. So what did you find?
No one else made it.
I'm sorry, Outrider. But the fact that some made it, that your cryopods kept humming for all those years, against all odds, you should count yourself lucky.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
You know, if they lost all technology and all that nonsense, how did my cryopod keep going?
I'm sorry
You know?
you didn't find any other outriders.
Like, if everything went down, why? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, they said it, like, EMP'd everything, that it took out, like, literally everything, they keep saying. That they had to wake up everyone out of cryosleep. So why did mine not break down?
Are you lost, old man?
Lost her.
I'm busy.
Oh, great. Cosmetic for the truck. Can't even choose, like, a good purple. That's a good purple. There we go. Oh, so like just a free transmog system. That's kind of cool. Probably did it because of how shitty Destiny's was. Gotta do these side missions, bruh. Gotta do them. That's a lot more shooting than I remember there being here before.
Hey, can you hook me up? Hey, Shira. I got some business in Hound's territory. What can you tell me about their leader, this guy Barker?
He fights dirty, preys on the innocent. His men are loyal because they're terrified of him.
And you let this guy run things inside your walls?
He's too well fortified at the bottom of the rift. I'm fighting one damn war already. I can't afford another.
Seems the Hounds have outlived their usefulness to you. Good thing I came along.
Heck on earth, that. No one remembers that shit, old man. It's over.
Where am I even going? they make this shitty M1 Grand in this game, huh? I like this thing though. Got some good wumpage. It also leaves them open a lot. It's almost like they're programmed to run whenever I'm reloading. Because I reload so much, they're almost always out in the open. I love the chunky blood rain. Such a good goopy sound effect.
Looks like the scumbag who killed Chang was telling the truth about the hounds.
Man, I love the little rumble motors and the triggers in this controller. That was a good placement. Gotcha. Secret? Secret. Secret over here. Oh, secret.
you, the girl? This isn't a rescue, you Barker.
Do I know you?
Mr. Chang sends his regards. Oh, come on! I was right in the middle of my line.
You were taking too long.
I was planning it all the way here.
Thanks for the rescue anyway.
Again, I really wasn't here for you.
Did you say... Mr. Chang, is he alright?
Mm-mm.
Fuckers! Like, it's not bad enough having insurgents trying to drag us all to hell. We gotta have these low-life gangsters on our streets, picking us off from the inside.
Yeah, I know the game. Really hasn't changed a whole lot.
Hey, you did a good thing. Got a bad guy off the street, and I'm walking home without a scratch. I'm Eva, by the way. Got a stall near Chang's place. You should come see me there sometime.
Yeah, but why was she wearing red bandanas and shit? Which is like their color. Y'all notice that?
This Barker was a piece of work. I doubt even the hounds will miss him.
Hmm. Wow, a stockade. In this bed. It's kind of fun. I mean, that looks like a really uncomfortable pillow unless you were, you know, like kneeling on it. But swing. Wow. Okay. What is that for? Looks like a fun guy. Why does my neck hurt so bad, man?
Good to see you again. You'll be pleased to know the hounds are still scared shitless to come around. Well, well. I was hoping I'd see you around these parts again.
Well, you just made a lousy day 2.5% better. Besides, with Mr. Chang gone, I still need a vendor.
Well, anything you see, happy to give you a better discount.
All of this sucks.
Thanks. Guy who killed poor Mr. Chang.
at this girl.
Without memories of the past, the future means so little. If you come across anything else from old Earth, there's a home for it here. The Apollo 11. I remember watching old footage of that man walking the moon. They'd play it on repeat in the recruitment center when I was being evaluated for the Flores. Supposed to inspire us or something. Well, can't deny that victory, though, landing on a rock in space the first time. No one can deny the victory of sailing through deep space to this rock either. But I'm afraid if you live long enough, every victory turns out a defeat.
How? How does that make sense? How does a lunar landing have anything to do with a defeat? Didn't quite follow through with that metaphor, hun. That was a big upgrade. 100-point difference of an upgrade.
Without memories of the past, the future means...
What's going on with my neck?
Shudder to think what we did in my past life.
I want to hear the moment our search parties turn up anything about McCain.
Can't go this way. This does remind me a little bit too much of the fucking,
They're saying the hound's got what?
shit from Anthem. This game reminds me too much of Anthem. It hurts me.
Altered, you're too late.
What happened here?
What does it fucking look like? We got mutilated. We had the bastards cornered, but they had a captain.
A captain.
Yeah, you know, the fuckers with powers who get put in charge. Not a real altered. Not like we could notice a difference.
What's he look like, this captain?
Scar down his face. Sadistic fuck. He forced half my squad to walk into an anomaly, and he enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think I know the guy. Where is he?
Inside the bunker up the hill. I wish I could look him in the eyes when you make him pay for what he did.
I think I'll pay him a little visit. For old time's sake.
Altered! Give that captain what's coming to him.
Let's go.
settle up with this captain? Hope he doesn't forgot me.
Damn, that one shot. Fuck. Oh yes, please group up. I love that when you do that thing with people.
Don't let him through!
I remember that voice. That was Prime's secret place. Eventide. Thought I'd have a harder time getting back through. Captain should be hauled up somewhere in here.
Was ist das?
think you can fight me? Give me all you got.
That's not a scar on his face. That's just a fucking ugly tattoo. Oh, come on. This single shot isn't gonna do me any good. Actually, no, I probably should. So at least I can pop off headshots.
Wait! Stop! You're an altered. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Why the fuck are you fighting for those fascist assholes? We're the ones fighting for our lives. Do you even know what they did to us?
I know what you did to me.
Yeah. Don't play their mind games.
Outriders always pay what's owed. That soldier will want to see his head for herself.
Play their fucking mind games.
If anybody on this planet needed killing, it was that sadist.
I don't like how the map's done up.
He paid.
Not enough.
You gonna be okay? You need a medic or something?
You nuts? A medic round here will kill me faster than the shrapnel will. Don't worry about me. I'll live to fight another day.
All right.
Hey! You did a good thing.
You're nothing like any other actor I know of. In fact, you're nothing like any outrider I've heard of either.
What other outrider have you heard of? Talk about us like we did some sort of bad thing. Doesn't make any hell means a sense if we all died off. Maybe they'll do something cool and like switch it up, like maybe we didn't all die, but as far as I know right now, we all died, so I don't know why they were like, oh, fucking Outriders, man. They fucking bad guys. You're not like any Outrider I knew. Fuck Outrider you knew. We all died in cryo sleep on the first fucking day. Don't blame us for the fucking bureaucrats, dude. That's just dumb.
Hello.
Oh, what the hell?
What?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Long time no see. I'm playing Outriders and I'm streaming on Twitch. How are you, Panda?
What is Outriders?
Outriders?
Yeah, I don't think I know it.
It's like a third-person shooter, looter shooter sort of thing.
You ride?
No.
Oh.
You were called Outriders because you were like the first people to land on this planet, and then you found out that the planet was super inhospitable and had these like weird mutating storms, and like some of us got mutated and got powers and stuff, and some of us turned into monsters. Meanwhile, the last rig of humanity are all dying out because they're like fighting over resources because the big storms wiped out all the technology that they had. Yep.
Oh yes.
Oh, that was the wrong button. Oh, my bad.
Is it like a? Is it a match by match game, kind of like CS:GO, or is it like an open world where you respawn at like a base or something?
Kind of like that, except like there are different levels on the map. So there's like areas, and the areas are pretty
so like,
linear.
Like Warframe?
Kind of? Yeah. Kind of like Warframe.
Okay. At least in the setup of certain areas in the world, but then you still keep some of your stuff and...
But you keep all your stuff. It's a looter shooter, so like you're doing missions and stuff and getting randomized loot that gets better and better as you go.
Okay, it's not like Warframe, but kind of like Warframe.
Yeah. It kind of plays a lot like Gears of War, because it's a cover shooter. So you're constantly hiding behind cover. But the only way to stay alive and heal yourself is by killing things and doing damage. So it's kind of like got this weird dynamic where the mechanics want you to hide behind cover, but to stay alive you have to be really aggressive and kill stuff.
I mean, keeps the game interesting. And it forces you to do both. Or just hide, never get hit, so you don't have to heal.
Yeah, that's not happening. There's so many enemies. It's bananas.
E-A-N-A-N-A-S.
I ate some bananas. A-N-A-N-A-S.
I've just been pretty much watching anime all night and trying to...
Gosh dang. Keep
do
hitting the
stuff
wrong buttons.
while my cats hog my lap.
Nice.
But I want to sit on your lap. You're warm. You have the fuzzy blanket. Chair doesn't go down enough. My friend has the exact same chair And his can go lower. This one cannot, so my feet can't touch, like if my feet touch the floor all the way, then I feel like I'm sitting at like a slope. And in order to keep my legs flat so my cats can stay on my lap, I have to literally be on my tiptoes.
You could get like a little footstool.
I could.
I mean, that's what I do. I have a footstool.
I put my foot up because my desk has like metal crossbars in the back. I'll rest kind of my heels on that with my feet against the wall. This is my cats laying on my lap. They lock my knees back. You know, that's already not good. Locking your knees. And then my legs kind of do the same. It makes them happy.
Well, that's what matters. So I started streaming on Twitch a little bit.
Nice. Playing anything in particular, or just whatever you feel like?
Just whatever I feel like.
Nice. My one friend surprisingly got big on Twitch by playing Tetris.
Really?
Yeah. Don't know how, she's just playing Tetris and had a bunch of people following her one night.
Nice.
She ended up beating her personal record, but still, like, it wasn't that big of an achievement. Oh, it's Monday. There's a new episode of Good Mythical Morning.
Nice.
Oh.
I love GMM.
Good Mythical More thumbnail is terrifying. It's Rhett looking like he's part of the Blue Man Group.
Oh dear. Oh, I did a voice acting project.
Nice.
Guy that I was talking to in a Discord group heard that I was trying to figure out how to get into voice acting.
Yeah.
He said that he was working on this game project that he's making, and that I could try to read for one of the minor characters, and then he would give me feedback about it, because he's directed voice actors before for gaming stuff and things.
Nice.
And he really liked it. He said that, like, I'm way better than a lot of the people that he has voicing for it.
That's good, yeah.
And I got to do my Scottish accent for it, which is always good.
Yeah, the biggest thing for voice acting is just knowing, especially when you get like more characters or you're doing a lot of projects that are recurring, is remembering how to do that voice for that particular character.
Yeah.
Okay, Ferguson, I gotta drop you. My legs hurt. You're 12 pounds, not 12 pounds, 9 pounds, sorry. I made you fatter than you actually are.
How dare you?
It is so cold. I'm wearing so many layers right now. I've got fuzzy socks, fuzzy pants, and a sweatshirt. On top of that, I have a bathrobe. On top of that, I have a heated blanket.
Oh my goodness. And you're not toasty?
My feet are still cold.
Oh, it's so hot here. I'm all sweaty. It's because my printer's going and I got a light in my face and the monitors.
Oh, what are you printing?
Well, I've figured out a bunch of stuff with my new printer, so, like, it's going really well.
Good.
Had a breakthrough, and I've been printing some good stuff.
You started making an Etsy yet?
Not quite yet. Still trying to get the quality up a little bit, but it's definitely a lot better than my previous printer.
Yeah.
At least once I did this last fix, it definitely was.
That's good, yeah.
The thing that was causing a big problem for this printer was that the build plate that it came with was like really warped. So like it wasn't noticeable at the beginning, but as it got taller, like as it made the prints, the warp would be more and more obvious until all of a sudden the nozzle is hitting the part and knocking it off of the build plate and causing it to fail. But now that I have that figured out, it's actually producing pretty good prints.
That's good. Now if only there was a way you could recycle all of the stuff that you printed before.
There is, it's just expensive.
And not really worth it.
Yeah, for now. I am keeping it though. Like I have some Ziploc bags that I'm keeping all the scraps in. So that if I ever get it one day, I'll be able to like have endless filament because I'll just recycle everything that I don't sell.
You can with resin, right? You can remelt the resin.
No.
Oh.
I don't think you can do that one at all. Like I don't think there's any way because it like chemically changes once it solidifies, I think. Like there's no way to make it a liquid again.
Yeah, okay.
With my kind of printer, it's pretty easy. You just have to like mulch it all up and remelt it into a strand. Because there's no chemical like stuff going on. But with resin, the UV light causes a chemical change that makes it solidify. I mean, maybe there's a way, but not that I know of.
Probably not. I know there's a way, they've like figured out a way to turn, you know, like plastics back into usable oil, but again, it's insanely expensive.
Yeah. But yeah, with FDM printers as they're called, all you have to do is heat it again, and you can print it over and over and over again as long as you don't burn it.
Interesting.
So like the machines that recycle filament, they're literally kind of like mulchers. They just mulch it up into little pieces and then melt it and push it out as a reusable string, and then you put that string back on a spool and it's ready to print again. Right now it's pretty expensive. Like one is like $1,000 or something. But just like with that's the same way that like printers themselves were. So I'm thinking in a couple years they'll be a lot more common and a lot cheaper.
True.
Hopefully, anyways.
I'm sure they will. Oh my gosh. Hi, good morning. Somebody woke up with the zoomies. Just came running out of nowhere and jumped on me.
Well, hopefully they won't make you part of the racetrack again.
Oh, I am always... I was in the kitchen last night, and I was doing stuff, and Cricket was sitting there, so I stopped for just a second, and I looked down at him. I learned now, never make eye contact with an animal unless you want to interact. I looked down, I stopped for a second, looked down at him sitting on the floor, and within, like, the second our eyes locked, he jumped straight up, and I guess assumed I was gonna catch him, but I didn't. And he latched onto my shirt, and the shirt, you know, pulled down, and then he ripped part of it, and then fell onto the ground. So now I have a big hole in one of my shirts and scratches on my chest.
I know what was going through his head. Oh, you want to play? Catch me! Betrayal!
Well, because a lot of times when he's sitting like that, I'll bend down and go to pet him, and then he'll stand up and stretch, and then I'll pick him up. So he probably thought I was going to pick him up, but I was too slow, so he's like, I'll do it for you. Right now, they both got their hackles raised, and they're you know, doing that slow, like, tail wagging, pawing at each other.
The batting.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a... Recently I developed the habit of clenching my jaw, and so I get really bad headaches, like all the time now.
That's not good.
No. Weird. I've always done it a little bit, but more recently.
Yeah.
Usually when I'm focusing. Right now I'm working on a cross-stitch cardinal. This project a year ago, and it's still not even halfway done. But I go through things where I work on it for like a month, and then I don't touch it for 6 months, you know?
I'm kind of like that way with games sometimes.
Although I need to get myself another minifigure, because those are actually really fun to paint. It drove me nuts because I could never get exactly how I wanted, but it was fun. They really aren't too hard to do.
Wait, which kind of figure?
Minifigures. Like the one I painted that they print, but in one.
Mini painting is fun. Just always like be trying to learn new stuff, because there's like so many people that have so many ideas and techniques that help so much.
Yeah.
Like honestly, it's one of those skills where just like watching YouTube videos can make you better at it, just because you learn new ideas and techniques and stuff. It's not like with, well, I guess drawing could do that too, but usually drawing, it's mostly just about building your hand dexterity and...
Yeah.
But I guess like you learn how to shade and tricks about how to do hands and eyes and things.
True.
Why does it still say there's a mission here? I just did it. Rifle, boots.
Shira, I'm looking at the epicenter of the explosion. This is where the collapse started. I doubt McCain survived this.
I don't need your doubts. I need him alive.
So how's the zoo been?
Alright, finally got the other person trained, so we're fully staffed for now.
That's good.
You know that'll change eventually. But there is rumor that, a couple people are going to be moving. They're a married couple. gonna be moving out of state, so their positions will be opened up this spring.
Any good ones?
Well, not ones that I could take. So literally, like the 2 departments I can't go to. One is hospital, but I don't have that tech degree thing. And the other one is Glacier Run. I would love to work with Glacier Run because they have the bears, but they also have the sea lions, and you have to be able to get scuba certified.
And you can't?
Very well. So scuba certification is kind of out of the question.
Just because you can't swim very well?
Yeah, and I have no desire to learn to swim because I have an irrational fear of deep water.
Remember who you're talking to.
What?
Remember who you're talking to.
Yeah.
I'm the same way with the ocean.
So, but when they leave, Glacier Run is one of the more desirable areas, so somebody else will take it, which means another spot will open.
That is true. Possibly
Well,
up to 2 different spots might open.
Yeah, as long as nobody from commissary takes either of those spots.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
So that could be cool.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be one of the bird spots might open.
Or islands, or, yeah.
But you really want to do birds though, right? So.
Well, no, I really want to do giraffe.
Oh. I always thought you wanted to do birds.
Birds was going to be the next easiest area to get into.
Ah. But you really, really
Let's go
want
to
giraffes
giraffes.
though?
What?
That's like your dream one?
Yeah, because they've got the zebras, the bongos, the ADACs, the giraffes, the warthogs. Like, those are all species I have worked with before, minus the warthogs. But, like, I've worked with bongos, I've worked with zebras, I've worked with giraffes, so I know those animals.
Right, but is it like, well, what would be your dream job? Like, if you wanted to choose one place, you could go anywhere and be there forever, what would it be?
Probably the Meta Zoo, which is our education building.
Oh, that's right. You want to do the
Conservation and education, but I do not want to be an educator. Because I could have taken the educator position when it opened up a
you want to
second
be the ambassador.
Yes, I want to be an animal keeper while still getting to do talks and interactions, but still do the animal care. But right now our Meta Zoo sucks. They're gonna be getting renovated probably in like 5 years, but that's still a ways down the road. And at this point, there is only one full-time position in that building.
That must be like an internal thing. I've never heard the term Meta Zoo.
It's what it's called. A lot of them are like the conservation center or the education building. Like, they have other names. The Meta Zoo is just the name for the zoo.
Yeah, it's not the external name.
Yeah, because it's the zoo within the zoo, but they're above the zoo because they talk about the zoo. You know what I mean?
Right.
They are in the meta because they talk about the zoo even though they're in the zoo. Something like that. I don't know. Somebody was creative when they named it.
I think honestly for me it would be all about like wolf handler would be my like that would be the one I would want so bad.
The what?
The wolf handler.
I don't have any wolves. We have maned wolves, but they are not wolves.
Right.
They smell skunks.
You know, like working at like a wolf sanctuary.
Yeah.
Like if I was gonna do zoo stuff, that's what I would want. Like honestly, that's why I love German Shepherds and stuff, is because it's like as visually close as you can get.
Here, look at this for a second, or are you in the middle of fighting?
Give me just a second.
No, you're good. It was just something funny I saw.
Unfortunately, this is one of those weird games that won't let you pause it ever.
That's okay, I'd rather you not die.
Okay, I can.
Okay, so I just was looking at Facebook Marketplace because I've been keeping an eye out for like PC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
See, but this is the first ad to pop up.
Hold up. Oh no, I'm dying.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a boss. Great. You came to find me in my little hidey hole.
You know.
Did you send me a link, or are you gonna share?
Oh, I can. Into the back. You see?
What am I looking at?
Do you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So I was just looking because sometimes I was looking for like computer bits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I just had to laugh at this because this is great advertising. Selling light fixtures, but look at that. That caught your attention.
Yeah, that definitely would.
Oh. I just thought that was funny.
Want to see what I'm printing right now?
Sure.
It looks pretty cool.
Too many tabs. Found it. Oh, you have it set up so you can see it?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
It's kind of like this orbital vase thing. Like there's this central little vase that comes up. It's probably only big enough to fit like a single pencil at the top. But it has these 4 almost like swirling tentacles that come up and join up at the top. So it's like you're supposed to put a single rose in it or something. It's called the orbital vase. It looks really cool.
Cool. But is it going to be watertight?
Yeah.
Do you have to seal it with anything?
No.
Okay.
It's basically going to be solid plastic when it's done.
Well, yeah, but still, the way that it's added could lead for, like, air bubbles.
Yeah. But if it does do that, I would have to, like, change a setting. That's, like, part of why I'm calibrating, right? Is so stuff like that doesn't happen.
Gotcha.
If I get it perfect, then it would be, like, perfectly solid, and you would see, like, little lines where the layers were, but they would be completely joined together solidly. There would be
Why
no
do you have
gaps.
something that called Chernobyl open?
Chernobyl? Oh, it was, like, help for a game I was playing.
Oh, okay. I was like, you reading about Chernobyl place?
It's like, it has tons and tons of... It's a game called Chernobylite that happens...
Yeah, I know what the game is. I was just... it threw me off for a second. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
Cool.
This is my stream.
Nice. Hey! What are you chewing on?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing.
Yeah, you're good. Cat playing in the garbage can.
Okay, did we get better armor? I did. Okay, I'm back, boys. Let's try this again. Come on, poke your head out. no way he shot my rocket out of the air. That's nonsense.
Are you? Oh, somebody's taking in. What's going on? I hear puncturing noises.
Oh, the dreaded puncturing noises. Aw, man, dang. Just killed the boss and they got me. I gotta start over again. Nice. Heal! That's bullshit! is mine! Get wrecked! It's actually a really fun game. I'm liking it so far. I mean, Anthem was pretty good at the beginning, until you hit, like, the wall that shall never be named. Okay, let's see what we got. Shotgun. I can't have two shotguns. Pistol. That's nice. Armor. Not better. Better. Yes. Okay. Let's go.
Why did it just get so quiet?
Uh-oh. Oh my trash. Hi.
Hey, Shira, what am I looking at? Some kind of walking giant out here.
Keep your voice down, Outrider. You don't want it to notice you, believe me. It can wipe out hundreds in a second. Even the altered respect them.
What the hell is that thing?
Coast is clear. Keep digging. We're almost out.
Hold on, I got you.
Wait! Wait! Don't shoot! We're all in this together right now. I got you!
Lieutenant McCain, you all right?
I'm alive. Thank you, soldier.
It's okay. Now, let's get the rest of my men out.
Fuck,
I'm
seriously?
back, sorry.
War is
I'm
war.
back.
What, you think we just hug it?
Oh man, everyone gets killed in this game.
Why do I even bother?
Good lord. This game is like Game of Thrones, man. I feel like it's having a bad influence on all genres of like storytelling.
Probably.
People are just like adding in characters just to kill them off like 2 seconds later. Over and over and over again. What's the point? I get it. It's dangerous. But I can't care about any character anymore because they just keep dying.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate when this happens. Right now, there's like probably some spot on my back that's out of place. But it's causing my neck to like cramp up.
Oof.
I hate that. No matter how much I stretch or flex or twist, I can't get it because it's not in my neck. It's somewhere in my back. And I can't get anything to move.
Yeah, I know how that is. My back's kind of been hurting recently. But it's like right in the middle of my back, which I don't normally have. Usually it's upper or lower, but this is like smack in the middle.
Yeah, that's where my back problems normally are. Right dead in the center.
Hmm.
It's where a lot of your like weight carrying is. It's like the fulcrum of your back.
Yeah.
Unless you like lean back or extra compensate, then you put it on your lumbar, but
true.
Best thing I can say is that if you can get, honestly, the only place that I could find that was really good at like adjusting that place were school desks.
I'll just go to the chiropractor. He can do it.
Yeah, I guess that works.
It's covered by my insurance, so.
Hey, why not?
Mhm.
For me, it turned out that going to the chiropractor so much, because I used to go like 3 times a week.
Oh, jeez.
Was really bad, because for my genetic disorder, the more loose it gets, the worse it gets. So
yeah,
how often he was adjusting it made it really, really bad and like permanently damaged. Like permanently didn't, like made it looser. So
yeah.
Without memories of the past, the
I
future.
tried to tell my parents like, oh, I feel like it's hurting way worse. I don't want to go to the chiropractor, and they're like, it made them not believe me. Like somehow I was faking it because I didn't want to get the treatment that they thought was working.
Generations to come.
Mhm.
Look at one of these. See our.
Oh well.
There doesn't seem to be any good games coming to the Switch this year.
No?
Maybe Breath of the Wild, the sequel, but.
Well, that and the new Pokemon game that just came out.
I heard it's complete trash.
Really?
Yeah. Like, it's open world, but it's just kind of awkward, and it's not the same, my friends were saying. Not what they thought it was gonna be.
Right, but do you like the normal Pokemon games?
I find them tedious, so not really.
Then,
I like
Then you'd probably like this version.
What?
Then you'd probably like this version.
No, they said this version is a pure grind, like worse than others.
Really? Because I...
In order to like unlock this one achievement, you've got to catch 20 of this, defeat this one 15 times, evolve it 3 times, and like all this stuff to unlock their certain things.
Well, in this game, they changed up the formula a lot, so it's more like live action-y instead of
They
like
tried to make it Breath of the Wild style.
Well, they made it more open. So like
Yeah.
you had Sword and Shield, which I played, and you were running around in that, and you saw a lot of Pokemon out in the wild, but still most of them were like in the grass hidden, and you never saw them. So if you wanted to catch Pokemon, you had to run around in the grass and like hope that the one that you're looking for spawns, right?
Yeah.
But this one, all the Pokemon are out in the open, so you can run and grab the ones that you want. But then you're like actively cycling through your Pokemon and throwing them. Like when you want to attack a Pokemon, you literally throw your Pokeball at that monster or at that Pokemon to start the battle.
True.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of meh and a lot of I liked it. I haven't heard hugely negative though, but
I'm waiting for some gameplay to pop up on YouTube that I want to watch.
I could show you the one that I watched.
It's okay. The one person I'm waiting for is gonna do it next week. They just haven't converted it from Twitch to YouTube.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm gonna go and lay down. The headache's still not gone.
Yeah, that sounds like no fun.
Yeah. So I'll talk to you later.
Okay, feel better.
See ya.
Bye. Well, I'm gonna probably call it quits there. I feel like I've been streaming forever. Wow, 6 hours already? Holy cow. Damn. There's no way it's been 6 hours. Oh, well. I guess it has been 6 hours. Holy cow. Well, thanks for watching, guys.